Hello everyone, round 3 of Russian Superfinals underway. Finally we're reunited with our colleague Grandmaster Pavel Tregubov. Hello Pavel.
Good afternoon everyone. I'm glad to be here to join Daniil for the third round of this great event.
Yeah, happy to see you, and recalling previous Superfinal, I hope this year we'll make even better content than last year, and I hope the players will entertain us with their new cool moves, ideas, and we'll try to explain what's going on the board.
Sure.
So, looking at the cross table in the men's section, we've got a few leaders sharing the first place with 1.5 points out of 2.
No, nobody's on 100%.
Yeah, the only disappointing start is for Maxim Matlakov, but knowing Maxim's character and his chess skills, obviously we should expect him to bounce back very, very soon.
Sure, sure.
And yes, so today's pairings in the men's section, we've got Elite pairing Vityugov against Karekin. We got St. Petersburg clash Fedoseev against Swidler, Dubov against Matlakov, and I think Yusipенko against Chagaev should be promising. Two youngsters, very promising players. Surprise of this superfinal. Maxim Chagaev beating yesterday Daniil Dubov in a very classy style, in a very classy manner.
Yeah, very impressive game. Yeah? Well, actually, we can see a lot of promising games on this list. So let's just see one by one what's going on.
Yes, also Nepomniachtchi against Artemiev should be very, very exciting. And in the women's section, we've got Polina Shuvalova scoring 2 out of 2. Such an impressive start for a Moscow youngster.
Yeah, beating Alina Kashlinska with black yesterday. Seems quite promising.
Yeah, and Gerashkina still looks very solid, and today she will examine young Lea Garifulina having 1 out of 2. Both players having 1 out of 2. So we've got a lot of interesting games today to watch. And
as every day.
Yeah, as every day for sure. I mean, even if in the end of the tournament we've got some, I would say, we've got some pairings with the players having low number of points. The games should be very, very promising. And of course, in terms of aesthetics, in terms of romantics in chess, I think every game will be very thrilling and full of blood and life.
Right. Especially in the women's section.
Especially in the women's section.
Blood is.
Yeah, a lot of I would say a lot of intrigue till the very end of the game, because I remember last year we've got some very, I would say, surprising blunders, even in the end of the game where everything has been decided and you get just a couple of moves to make and your opponent resigns. I think the game between Valentina Gunina and Daria Charachkina was one of the, I would say, tragedies of the tournament.
Right, there missed a lot of opportunities there, if I remember well, and even in the end game, right?
Yeah, it was like a queen blunder in like move 6 or something like that. Yes, we see Vladimir Fedoseev following the anti-COVID protocol, playing with mask. Yeah, we only see the backs of the players, and the game just
mask is not mandatory, right, during the game, so you can.
Basically, I heard that the first 15 minutes you should wear it, and then yeah.
I mean, because there are some representative of media, right?
Yeah, I think so, just to minimize the level of risk of being infected. But well,
that's fair enough.
It's fair enough, but still, it's quite difficult to explain why 15, why not. I mean, obviously I can regarding my experience of playing with mask, I can say that's it's almost impossible to wear it during all the game, and I was trying to wear it properly till the very beginning, till the very end, since the very beginning till the very end. But I've got terrible headaches after 1 hour of play, and I decided just to leave it. I mean, obviously, we're risking. Everybody is risking, but well, and nobody is secured, nobody is safe.
No, maybe 15 minutes is just a time limited for media representatives.
Yeah, for the media representatives. So then, the number of people in the playing hall will decrease, and then that's why you can drop the mask off and just take the full breeze of air.
Right.
Yeah, so the game just have started, and maybe now it's time to insert the small board in the screen. Yeah, otherwise we would feel ourselves like football commentators, because you're just talking, well, fair enough, nonsense. You're just talking about some statistics, but it has nothing to compare with the real game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can
we see a lot of games playing, so it would be better to focus on them. And when we have just 1 or 2 games remaining and nothing happens for a long time, we will probably have occasion to talk about other
topics.
Interesting topics.
Yeah, so we can see Alisa Galyamova playing against
Yulia Grigorieva.
Yeah, the new player in the Russian Superfinal, Yulia Grigorieva.
Yes, that's a completely new name for me.
Yeah, either for me. But the player qualified to the Superfinal. It means she proved the right, she deserved the right to play there, and full credit to Yulia. Well, despite the bad start for her, she was battling, and of course she will bite some even rating favorites in the women's section. A disappointing loss for Olga Gira yesterday with white pieces. She misplayed something badly in the middle game, and waiting for Olga to bounce back after a loss.
It was all about one single moment, right? Or it's more complicated than that? Not really.
Frankly speaking, I didn't analyze the game with computer till since the very beginning till the end, but it seemed to me that when the Black Knight invaded on d3, the position became very, very shaky for white, just in terms of human point of view.
Right. But actually, I did. I had a look with the computer.
So what was the mistake?
Yeah, she had to take on f5, sacrificing the piece on d2 before the rook. And then the knight and attack was there, but it was not so easy to see. So the variations. Well, the main idea are quite obvious, but the precise variation was not so easy to...
Yeah, it's also been funny for me, because yesterday when I was observing the game between Antipov and Vityugov, it seemed to me that white didn't have a very big advantage, because in terms of Naidorf, black received more or less good position, but at some point Antipov had some intermediate b2, b3, and suddenly the evaluation started to increase in favor of white. So I realized that I gave the wrong advice for the spectators, for Mikhail, but I hope he didn't hear me. And I saw that he wasn't much better during the game, but computer tells that I was completely wrong, and he was almost winning. So at some point Nikita Vityugov was lucky yesterday to escape against Mikhail. And today he played. There is some Berlin against Karakin, so both players decided to solely d5 from the very beginning. But still, Berlin, it's very controversial, because some professionals think and consider Berlin as a very solid opening for both colors, but it becomes very, very tactical. And modern computers, modern engines just prove that the value of each move is very high in this opening. So 8-4 by Vityugov,
which is a rather rare move in this position, right? Yeah.
So knight c3, knight e7 is more or less well known, and then I think white has plenty of moves, including h3, b3, and bishop f4, and some other stuff. So a4 is played by Sergei. I'm trying to understand what was the idea, because like a7, a5 played by black is more or less program move. Can it be like a7, a5, and b7, b6, and just trying to develop the queen side somehow, playing h6, and just slowly
going out, huh?
Yeah, going out.
Yeah. Not easy to understand.
Yeah, of
right
course,
away.
that's the preparation. Nikita haven't spent even a single minute, so he increased his
Even if
initial
he would
time.
spend, yeah, we know him as a
Very deep
very deep
theoretician.
theoretical. So no doubt that this position
Yeah,
was analyzed him.
Yeah, wasn't his iron.
at all.
Okay, so a2, a4. Sergey probably also recalling his lines. And, well, can we see something interesting in the first moves in the men's sectional? We see that at least 14 moves made in Yesipenko against Chigaev, Queen b3. So what was the opening? Rui Lopez.
Rui Lopez, no, not Italian, yeah.
Yeah, so
Uh-huh.
a6, bishop a4, knight f6.
One of the main lines. D3. Yeah,
Yeah, d3.
Okay.
So
D6.
now it means no marshal.
Mm-hmm.
c3 castle, rook e1, rook e8, knight d2, bishop f8. Yeah, a very calm stuff, I would say. Very strategical. Knight g3, b5, bishop b3, bishop e6. So somehow it reminded me some Gioco Piano positions. d4, bishop takes, queen takes. And it's Chigaev's turn to move.
I guess both of them are still on
increment, yeah.
Yeah.
So what can we advise there for black? They just swapped off the white colored bishop.
Maybe the bishop will deliver to g7 or...
Yeah, so g6 looks very logical there. And bishop g7, the point being that... Well, basically I can see the antidote of this plan for black. Very programmed plan. So let's say g6. Maybe a2, a4. White should start expounding on the queen side somehow. a2, a4. And I think at some point knight a5, knight c4, knight a5, c5 is kind of popular there. Let's say knight a5.
Quick moves, huh?
Like queen, let's say retreats on c2. And let's say, I don't know, like knight c4 or c5. I don't see if I lose anything urgently. Like let's say c5, but then like d5, and white received somewhat they do want. Do they? I don't know, by the way.
I have no idea, actually.
It's like you can play c5, c4, and...
usually we can see this kind of position with the white bishop present on the board, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
And here, without white bishop, I have impression... it's not clear, yeah? But in general, black is interesting in swapping some pieces out. Or swapping them off, yeah? So I have impression that absence of light square bishop are in favor of black here, but maybe it's not that clear.
So the point being that we don't know in which favor the inclusion of the white colored bishop is. So hypothetically it can be, so like in terms of logic, in the position with lack of spaces, we can see probably black has a bit less space because like the center is a bit expanded for white. It's better to swap, let's say, a pair of minor pieces, or not.
Yeah, but on the other hand, bishop is usually on c2, which is placed quite...
yeah, quite awkwardly, but it controls some squares, let's say d3,
yeah,
d3.
exactly. That's what I
So in this
was about to
position,
say, yeah.
let's say black has some
C5,
kind of
knight
idea
d3,
just to
right,
transfer the knight to
Yeah.
d3, but most likely it will be like
Maybe
white will prohibit it somehow.
But maybe white is not obliged to close the position with d5, right?
Yeah, for sure. So
Maybe.
a4, knight a5, queen c2, c5, and
I don't know if white can hold the tension or...
for example,
On the other hand-
can we just simply take on e5 and try to play in the
maybe
but yeah, like
still c4 at some
like
point,
but Vinnik manner. Let's say if c4 then b4. I don't know if you really want to play knight b3 there. Well, basically there is nothing wrong in this black position. We can simply retreat to c6 and so
maybe
my only idea was to play c3 c4 somewhere and then like knight f1 knight e3 but Vinnik maneuver. And well, of course, if black allow white to play like make 4 moves in a row, white will be better. But now the position is very complicated and probably there is absolutely nothing wrong with black there.
Okay, yeah. Still very complicated
so queen b3.
position.
Yeah, Maxim takes his time and yeah, so just a normal position for black with a variety of plans.
Yeah.
So yeah, what's going on next on the other boards? Something very, very interesting in Dubov against Matlakov. Knight c3, knight bd7. Wow, that's yeah, that's a line in Queen's Gambit. Knight d7. I think the main tier is like bishop g5, bishop b4, or queen c2. I think queen c2 is still probably bishop b4. So I think you're more common with this theoretical line than me. Yeah. So also. Yeah, also c takes d5, let's say e takes d5, bishop f4, let's say c6 or bishop b4, so variety of moves, but g3 is played by Daniil instead of queen c2, c takes d5. So the point being, as usual, Daniil allows this pawn sacrifice on c4, which is very in his spirit. So let's say if d takes c4, what was the idea? Just to recapture this pawn immediately, or just play it for positional compensation after bishop g2. Let's say queen a4, black can simply play a6, queen c4, b5. There is nothing wrong, probably even slightly better position for black, because with knight on c3 it may be under attack after some b5, b4 moves. So otherwise, after g3, d takes c4, white is not obliged to take the pawn back immediately, and let's say bishop g2. Yeah, if black tries to hold it somehow, let's say a7, a6, aiming to play b7, b5, white can simply castle or play a2, a4, because I wasn't 100% sure if black can really play b5 in the very next move because of knight e5. Obviously some positional compensation after knight takes e5, but then I realized that white can even simply take d takes e5 with a slight edge, or even something more. So d takes c4 played bishop g2, quite logical continuation. It's very in the spirit of Daniil. He used to be well known for this kind of pawn sacrifices, for the positional compensation, long-term positional compensation. Rook b8 is also possible with b7, b5 coming on the very next move, except probably a2, a4. Then a7, a6, probably a5. This is very, very logical. Then if b5, I think I can recall something very similar, but with castle instead of knight b1, c3. So let's say pawn takes, c takes, and then we have bishop f4. And the point being that the black's rook doesn't have a good option to retreat, because whatever it retreats, knight e5 is a threat. So let's say rook a8, knight e5, seemingly white is winning, because it's quite difficult to protect the rook. Otherwise, if you play knight d5, I think there is absolutely no need to evaluate this kind of position. At least knight c6 or knight takes d5, white is simply winning. So bishop g2, c6 is played. This is the option. This is the move, and yeah, now probably b7, b5 is black's main idea. So now white has a choice between trying to recapture the pawn on c4 or play for positional compensation. Let's say castle b5, ace to a4. I remember a lot of very similar positions played by famous Soviet grandmaster Oleg Romanishin, and it was very in his style of play. And to be honest, I lost a very similar pawn structure against him even last year, being so Romanishin was already, I think, he's like 67, but he was in a very good form, and he just crushed me. He sacrificed the pawn. I tried to hold it, and he just it was just a complete blowout.
Yeah, meanwhile, Daniil proceeded with
so castle is played, so probably b7, b5, a2, a4. And what's the point being? So, I think b5, b4 has to be played, otherwise I don't believe in rook b8, at least because white takes and play bishop f4 or take on e7. White might has an advantage. Castle b5, probably a4, b4, let's say, knight b1, seemingly better than knight a2, because knight on a2 is a bit misplaced. Knight b1, and then still black has plenty of options. Let's say a7, a5, bishop e7, bishop b7.
Well, actually, I used to play this kind of position with black, but a long time ago, and I don't remember exactly what should be played. Maybe not b5 immediately.
Isn't bishop b4 is that bad?
If it's not b5, then why c6 was played? Okay, bishop e7 is played Maxim, I think. Bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop e7, and then what? a2, a4, or e4? So me, being as a Catalan player, I would rather play a2, a4, because if you do not recapture this pawn on c4, it can just be a salt in a wool during the whole game. So e4, nevertheless.
e4 or a4, yeah, we have two options. Then e4 is already played, yeah?
Yeah, e4 is played, and then probably now. So if white is not intending to take on c4, then it means that we can simply castle. Black can simply castle, and then probably a2, a4, leading to some kind of transpositions to more or less well-known positions in Catalan. So it can be. At least like I can recall even this position. So castle, also bishop e4 is an idea, which leads to some kind of transposition to bishop b4, bishop e7 line in Catalan.
Yeah, maybe bishop f4 is the main line here, by the way.
And then like b7, b6, as far as I know.
I think, yeah.
As far as I know, because b7, b5, d5. This is Tomaszewski-Akobian game 2015. White is slightly better there.
And some Gelfand's game come to my mind as well. Played in this position.
I think just simply Boris has most games and played in Catalan because he probably it's like
no, but maybe with black. He played this position with black, I think.
So this is also theory, a long one, but as far as I know, it's evaluated in favor of white. So obviously white cannot be worse, but the question is if white is better or the position is equal. But as far as I know, white is better in this position.
No, I think b5 is not the move here. I
think bishop f4, b6. I think I've played some blitz games there, and queen c2 or queen e2 there, then bishop a6 or something like this. Also, another long theory after bishop f4 is knight h5, bishop e3, and then knight f6 back. So this is also a possible line. And the black's idea is to play e6, e5 at some point.
At some point, yeah.
Try to break through, try to release his bit covered white squared bishop. So the other games, Nepomniachtchi against Artemiev, we've got 70 moves already. What's going on the board, by the way? We've got something very interesting. Black has a pair of bishops, but the pawn structure is just simply destroyed on the king side. So what would they open in? Another Rui Lopez, castle d6, c3, c3 instead of rook e1 or d3. Yeah, rook e1 is simply an inaccuracy there because black can play b5, knight bishop b3 and knight a5, taking this white squared bishop and equalizing the game.
Mhm.
So d6, c3, knight e4. Such an interesting line. Bishop d7, rook e1, knight f6. Not that popular recently, at least.
No, no, no.
Bishop c6, d takes, pawn takes, queen takes, leading to the endgame, but it's not Berlin. That's a bit different. Bishop e8. Bishop g5, h6 is played. It means that probably bishop e7 wasn't that good. Otherwise, black would play bishop e7 instead of h6. So let's just quickly figure out why bishop e7 was that bad.
Or maybe just knight goes somewhere, knight a3, let's say.
Yeah, knight a3, because like
Rook
bishop
D.
a3 doesn't look that logical there.
And rook d1 is coming in, which is very unpleasant.
Yeah. So white has a better development, and the placement of black's king is not that safe. So h6 was played. G takes, knight g4, bishop e7, knight d2, bishop d7, knight e3. By the way, Artemiev is somehow better on time up to the moment. So it means that probably Jan is not following the prep more. But yeah, the position is very complicated. So white has a plan to play knight e4, knight g3, knight e5 at some point. Also just rook d1.
There's a direct threat knight e5, right? Which is quite...
Yeah, knight e5 is very, very unpleasant.
Of course, if white managed to exchange one of the bishop, then these weaknesses will start matter. And what to do, yeah? So, on the other hand, if black managed to put his king on the safe position, let's say on c7, and finish his development, then I think I'm keeping both bishop on the board. I mean, then he should not be much worse, right?
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
so probably, I mean, bishop e6 is the move there.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, protecting from knight d5, but...
It's rook d1,
well,
maybe...
a1,
Is black in time to play c6, just c6?
And what to do? This is the question.
Maybe some tricky move like, I don't know, knight f3,
Yeah, let's say king
and
c7.
knight f5.
Yeah, just going forward.
Black should try to complicate black's life right away. But a2 is hanging, yeah?
Yeah, it was hanging, knight is hanging, so... Anyway, after king c7, white has plenty of moves.
But maybe then...
You know, like even knight d4 is probably possible.
Maybe then not knight f3, but knight b3. Not leaving this c5 square to...
Yeah, let's say if king c7...
The same idea, knight f5 maybe.
Knight f5, forcing black to retreat on f8, otherwise positionally they will be just slightly worse.
Sorry, another option is knight d4 actually, I just mentioned.
Isn't it just transposition? The point being... Ah, no, it's not.
Yeah, it's also possible after knight f3, it doesn't matter. And if bishop moves, then knight d5, yeah?
Yeah, so another trick that still a2 pawn is seemingly not hanging because of b3.
Also, yeah.
c5.
Knight d5.
Yeah, okay, knight d5 is simply
scary,
winning.
yeah.
Simply winning, yes. Okay, so in human point of view, white is better in this position, but it all belongs to the concrete lines, because the main question is if black will be in time to develop all the pieces, probably trade both pairs of rooks. Yeah, if we just swap all 4 rooks of the board, black will be simply better, I think.
Not worse, at least, I think.
At least not
maybe
worse.
not really better, because, for example, if...
h6 pawn, yeah.
Yeah, if white managed to put his knight on f5, well, he should not be that...
For sure. So c6 played instead of what?
c6,
So what
yeah,
was
immediately.
our proposal? c6 is played immediately.
But we were thinking about bishop e6 first. And now it seems like Jan is trying to remember. And now to recall his analysis.
Yeah, I've been thinking also about a4, a5. The only thing that I didn't really like after a4 that probably black should play a5 by themselves. Otherwise, we'll just fix the pawn structure, and so we have a very nice square on b6. Okay, so let's better wait for Jan to move, and that will be the answer. Fedoseev against Swidler. We've got the Grunfeld. That's a very interesting line. I think I've been reanalyzing it recently. Queen d2, knight c6, rook b1. a6 is one of the fewest moves in these positions, rook c1. So the point of rook b1 inclusion was to weaken the b6 square,
Right.
and potentially in some kind of endgames, white can double in the b file and try to... I mean, after a7, a6, b7, b6 is no more possible. Usually black develop their bishop on b7 in this kind of endgames, but then like instead of b6, b5 will not be that good because of some a2, a4 ideas. And also probably black is just not in time to play b7, b5. Rook c1, c takes, queen d2, rook d2, king d2, e6, bishop d3. And I may recall some theory that after castle, I think h2, h4 is an idea. The point being that all of a sudden, after swapping the queens, white has some nice attacking chances. Let's say rook d8, white can try to play e4, e5, aiming to play h5.
Yeah, since Karpov-Kasparov match. Huh?
Yeah. And this line has been played, I mean, I just saw it by myself. The line was played in the game between Yesipenko and Antipov, these Gibraltar Masters. This year, Gibraltar Masters. So castle h4 is on the board already. Rook d8, e5 we are expecting. Black has to be very, very accurate. I mean, as far as I know, the evaluation of this line is equal, but black has a consequence of only moves at some point, at some period of analysis.
Is h6 possible here?
h6 is also possible, but still white's idea is to play h5, g5, and then e5, aiming to play knight g5 at some point. That's what I know about this position. I don't pretend to be 100% truthful, but as far as I know, knight g5 idea is in the air.
Well, actually, this is very tempting to play this kind of line against Grunfeld players. Just getting a complicated endgame and avoiding all the, sharp lines in the middle game, so which the majority of Grunfeld players are aiming for.
And exceptionally against Peter Svider, probably is better to ask him to recall the theory, like the principle, because he has not less experience in Grunfeld than Gelfand has in Catalan, I think. So these two players are, just are the faces of the openings they play. And a lot of players used to learn how to play Grunfeld following Peter's games.
Right, absolutely.
So, did we miss Gaganov against Antipov? Another Grunfeld, by the way. Another
so
Grunfeld and Queen B3 line, which is very interesting, but D takes C4, yeah, players following the most principled route. Bishop E2, B5. I think instead of bishop E2, B5 is the main line. Queen B3, C5, nothing to add. Pawn takes. Bishop B7, E5. Knight FD7, Bishop E3, Knight E5, Rook D1, Queen C7. This is somewhat I've already seen in Queen B3 line.
For sure. Yeah.
Knight E5, Bishop D5, Queen D5. At least all of the moves seem to me very, very logical. So white has a pair of bishops, but usually in this type of Grunfeld's positions, it very rarely pays off for white. Black can simply play knight c6 and just try to hold slightly worse position.
Oh, but black is pawn down, yeah? So, what? I'm sorry, not...
No, the material is
really,
equal.
Not really, yeah.
And what to do there with white, by the way? Because I'm not sure about castling. Yeah, probably castling is logical, but at least black may include rook fd8 or e6. Rook fd8 looks even more solid. Yeah, the point being that after knight f3 we take with the bishop and knight is hanging on this at the moment.
Yeah, but maybe rook c8 first, or...
Yeah, instead of taking on f3, right? Yes, and white even cannot pin the knight because knight f3 comes with the check.
Not still, I would take white, of course, in this position, having this passed pawn on c5. But maybe it's not that simple.
Yeah, it seems to me very, very optional. Okay, so rook c8 is probably yet to come. I mean, after knight, if in case of black plays knight c6, but I don't see any other logical option. So let's move to the women's section finally. Polina Shuvalova against Alexander Kostyanyuk.
Leader's game, yeah?
Yeah. Catalog. A6, knight e5, which is probably the best knight. Bishop b4, knight c3. And
this is a theory.
Knight c3 is a theory, and also bishop d2 is possible in this position. The point being that after queen d4, bishop b4, queen e5, I think castle, white has a huge compensation for the sacrificed pawns. As far as I can recall. Bishop b4, knight c3 is played instead. Knight d5, castle, knight c3, bc3, bishop e7. Well, but
yeah, that's I don't really remember.
Neither me, because it seemed to me very logical, because like white now has a very good pawn structure.
Sure.
And they can take the c4 pawn back and probably having just a very nice interpretation of Catalan. So knight c4 is played, and well, probably white is just better.
Yeah, sure. Oh, maybe black should try to exchange at least white square bishop.
Yeah, bishop b7.
But still, yeah.
But then e4 probably I will not allow you to take.
Also knight d7 and so on. No, it's still playable, but white is clearly better, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm trying to understand what was the turning point of the preparation.
Knight e5 is still a theory.
Yes, for sure.
But then I don't really remember castle, and here what should be played.
Even
don't really
isn't even b7 b5 possible there.
Or maybe bishop takes c3 and b5, or maybe.
But I think
yeah,
you
but then
can.
bishop a3 then.
Yeah, bishop a3 looks very, very unpleasant for sure. I mean, usually white give up this c3 pawn because now black is very, very low in development, and white has a very big initiative. Queen c2, rook is hanging. Okay, you can take on d4, but it seems that white should be winning at some point. At least we can take on a8, then play bishop b2. Okay, so yeah, let's say queen d4. Let's try to find a win for white. Even knight c6 looks very unpleasant. Okay, you can play queen f6.
Queen f6.
And then like bishop e7, something very...
No, bishop,
very artificial.
Bishop b2 is good enough also.
Yeah, bishop b2, because b4 you just take with a knight. Yeah, that's true. That's a bit awkward. Probably Alexandra just forget some of her analyses. So knight c3 pawn takes.
No, maybe b5 immediately.
Instead of
taking on c3, just b5.
Yeah, b5 was the move. Can I play a2, a4 still?
Yeah, but then maybe just take on c3, bishop. Still, yeah. Still the
I think
same
yeah,
stuff,
still the same idea. And now the all queen side is hanging on the
right.
for black. Let's say after queen d4.
No, my idea was not knight c3, but just bishop b7.
Just try to hold, right?
Yeah, but then bishop a3 once again.
Yeah, bishop a3.
But maybe difference is here that they can take on c3.
That you can swap the white color bishops, right?
I don't know. I take everything. Everything I cannot. Yeah, just knight takes c3, queen d2. Maybe.
You know what is the funny stuff? I've been trying to understand if it's possible.
Bishop takes b7.
Bishop takes b7, knight d1. Let's say rook f d1. Rook a7, knight c6. Yes, but then probably you have queen d5. Which is very peculiar and hard to understand, but seemingly white can lose this game. Too much material sacrificed. Okay, so e4 is played. Yeah, so castle e4. Probably bishop b7 will come. Anyway, but yeah, white is better.
Yeah, clear.
Okay, going further. Getman Kashlinskaya, we've got Nimso Indian with f3 and then d5. a3, bishop d6, c5. Wow. Bishop e7, bishop g5, h6. Bishop h4, castle, e3, b6, b4, a5. So it's some kind of... it reminds me Queen's Gambit with knight bd7, but the knight is still on g1, the pawn is on f3, and it's probably... Like my first guess, my first intention that it should be not in favor of white at some point. So let's see.
I agree, yeah.
With this kind of pawn structure, white knight can transfer to f2 in some lines, but usually it's more common for Samish type of positions than King's Indian.
Not clear why need this f3 in this position, yeah? So
yeah, of course. So the question is for move 4, but then it was, I mean, like d4, a3, bishop d6 are well-known moves. So probably e4 is the main line. Then, okay, because like e4 and then like black has... What do they have, by the way? Like, let's say take on e4, I think c5 is possible. Okay, that's another theory, but bishop d6, c5, bishop e7, bishop g5. Well, it shouldn't be that worse for white, but at least the position looks very peculiar, and black's pieces looks more, I would say, more comfortable for me.
Okay, maybe still nothing special, yeah.
Maybe still nothing special, and maybe even f2, f3 is not a bad inclusion. Yeah. I'm not sure if e3, e4 is the idea for white.
Not right away, maybe. I would finish development
Yeah, so
first.
Yeah, knight e2, and then like we will see even knight of king f2 at some point. Well, it's too artificial, but it's possible in some kind of positions.
Black should play c6 at some point, right? Because now...
Yeah, bishop a6 is not that good b5, because of b5 and then c6. Black having just... Like the material is equal, but white is a couple pieces up.
Right, so white seems to be just in time to finish her development. But maybe it's not that bad, huh? So c6, knight e2.
What is our suggestion? c6, knight e2?
Or maybe bishop a6, castle.
Bishop a6, castle, let's say. Yeah, knight d7 in a style of Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, knight d7 sometimes can
b5, c6. Yeah, but probably not there.
But with knight f3, it would work better. Yeah,
because knight will go to e5 and protect the pawn.
Here maybe white is not ready for that.
Yeah, in particular in this position, I don't know. I'll still think about e4. Okay, let's see if we're not blundering the pawn on e4. I don't know.
On c5 maybe, yeah. Just takes on d3, takes e4, then takes twice on c5 maybe.
Wow, that's cool. So bishop d3, queen d3, pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes on e4, yes. We have to take with the pawn, and then knight c5, simply winning the pawn. Yes, that's an argument. So this is the drawback of this f3 and knight g2 setup. At least we cannot implement the same ideas as we could do if it was Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, actually, I cannot see the idea of the knight on g1 not being placed on f3.
Yeah, usually with this f3 setup, we take on d5 once, forcing black to take with the pawn, and then e3, e4 breakthrough is like the main idea in this kind of Carlsbad positions, let's say. So bishop d3, Alina takes her time, and we are heading to Gunina against Guseva. Valentina bouncing back after the painful loss in game 1 against Alexandra Goryachkina, winning yesterday against Olga Giria. Is this symmetrical symmetrical pawn structure. I mean, almost symmetrical with pawn h3. Some anti-Meron line, knight c3, e6, e3, knight bd7, queen c2. That's all well known. Bishop b7, bishop b2. Yeah. So and then h3 instead of castle. I mean, what was the point, by the way? So why she didn't castle right there? So was she afraid of e5, or what was the point, by the way? h3 looks a bit illogical for me in terms of following castle after it.
Yeah, strange. I cannot see the point of h3 actually.
Let's say castle, e6, e5.
No, but then h3 doesn't prevent e5. So
For sure. I mean, yeah, if white blunders the mate on h2, this is no difference. So if black takes a pawn or they not. I mean, h2, h3, it's probably only preventive against some knight g4 jumps, but I can't see even a single line where it's possible for black, because e5 seems a bit premature, because white simply takes on d5, and after c takes d5, even, okay, knight b5 is not there, but then what was it the idea, by the way?
Maybe.
I mean, but I'm trying to understand, like, after castle, could black play e5 over there?
No, but
what is the difference?
Then she will not have this knight g4 threat in the end. Yeah?
Knight g4 threat at some point, right? That's right.
So maybe.
And the other thing that now at some point pawn on h7 hangs with the tempo.
Yeah.
So it was kind of provocative for force black to castle, and then, like, if you really want to play e6, e5, please take in mind that h7 pawn could be hanging at some point. But c5 is played instead of e5, much more solid continuation. C takes d5, e takes d5, and
this is the position, yeah?
a very, very typical position. And with the pawn on h2, white also could have planned with bishop e5, bishop h3. But h3 cannot be a bad move for sure. Like reading a book of Mark Dvoretsky, you would never, I would say, hesitate playing h2, h3.
Okay, I guess that's most like rook c1, rook d1, rook c8, rook d8 will be played. And then I don't know.
Yeah, okay, like or queen e2 there, or queen e2, for example, aiming to play bishop a6 somewhere, probably.
And then knight e4 will come at some point.
Yeah, knight e4 also.
It will come anyway on e4. It seems to be okay for black somehow.
Yeah, it's just playable. Let's say rook fd1, some possible moves, not obligatory. Rook f e8 or d8, so this is still optional. Or knight, let's say, df6.
Yes.
Yeah, black is not worse for sure. The position is very playable. And
that's quite complicated, all this kind of position with the panning pawns. I mean, I'm not sure that, by the way, that h3 is okay. It should be useful. Yeah.
Probably. So we don't know if it was an impromptu or it was planned by Valentina. So Valentina seems to me a very practical player. I mean, and her main accent is on the practical part of the play instead of showing some deep theoretical knowledge.
But
of course she knows her lines, but h2, h3 looks more like an impromptu.
Maybe. Yeah.
Because h3 castle, it's a very, very, I don't know, the idea is very obscure. So it's too deep for us.
Okay, let's switch to other games maybe.
Yeah, Pagonin against Gira. Two players who faced each other in the previous Russian Women's Superfinal, and I think even 2 years ago, probably the tiebreak or the first two players were the same. So,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Pagonin. So I mean, they changed the places. They swapped the places last year. So Pagonina was the winner 2 years ago. Gera was the winner last year, and today they have a very principled matchup. We've got English, which
I saw Olga hesitating after Natalia's second move. Probably she was surprised.
was not
And
history,
finally,
right?
yeah, and finally played e5. She took quite a
Long
while
time.
for her, yeah, to reply. And after e5, what happened? Yeah, 4 knights, e3.
Yeah, queen c2, bishop c3, and then b takes c3 instead of queen c3. Queen c3 is also possible line, and d7, d5, or even d6 is fine from black. Even queen e7, b takes c3, e4, knight d4, d6,
Possible.
knight e6
Knight
instead
e7
of
is something.
something new,
Um,
or it's an old theory. I'm not very common, not very familiar with this line.
neither me. Oh, but yeah.
So what? Just basically, what is an idea of knight e7? I don't think white
Pushing
was
c5,
really.
I guess, yeah. At
That's
some
true.
point,
But why
yeah.
not knight e5?
Then maybe white has time for f3 or f4, yeah. And what was the difference with?
Okay, f4 is more forcing because after f3, for example, black can.
c5 is still possible, yeah.
Yeah. So let's say f4. Not sure if black is really obliged to take on f4. I would rather prefer knight d7, by the way.
Yeah.
But then some g4 stuff. No, it's g4. Yeah, g4 can be the move. I was wondering knight g4 is possible, but then queen e4 leading to some just crazy complications. But it seems to be that white should be better there. I mean, pair of bishops center. We will not blunder queen h4 and make some solid move like queen g2 or something like this. So it seems to me that white could be better there.
Yeah.
Okay, so knight e7 is played. So and then if f3, let's say, then c5.
And the knight has no good move, good square, right? Because
Yeah,
whenever it goes, it will be
Placed awkwardly.
quite, yeah, placed strange. And b3 is completely cut off, and b5 even worse, yeah, after a6.
maybe in a romantical spirit take on e4. Yeah, of course, white couldn't be better, but in terms of romantics, this is a line which I do like. Or maybe even take on this e pawn, planning to play d3, having a very funny pawn fist in the center.
Right. That's quite interesting, actually.
I mean, in a blitz game, I wouldn't.
Hesitate, huh?
Yeah, I wouldn't hesitate. I would just play. Okay, probably not in the World Blitz Championship, but I mean, in random blitz, why not? So, Gary Fullen against Gereshkina, the examination of the youngster. The examination of the youngster by another youngster. But already by the world wise champion. Yeah, Alexandra was very, very close to win her match against Juba in June. Yeah, it was
Not a step away,
match,
just half step, yeah?
the match full of drama. B4, but basically I can't really get the point how the bishops have been swapped. So bishop d3 was played immediately. So bishop f5 was the move by Alexandra. Well,
Is that a common move?
I
don't think usual move is bishop d6, right?
Yeah, bishop d6 and then some bishop
And then,
d3 or...
Yeah, black waits for white king, white knight develops and then plays her bishop accordingly, yeah? And
so usually let's say, I think even or castling, let's say knight e2, and I think like h7, h5 is... even there is possible. I don't know. Maybe knight g3 can be played there, but the idea is h7, h5, and then h4. That's a very modern idea. Also, rook e8 is possible. White has a plan to play bishop e3 or starting with queen c2, castling long, but that's a different story. But c3, bishop f5, the move that I don't really know about.
Mm-hmm.
But then bishop d3 is played. Well, bishop c4 it was also possible, and it couldn't be played even without bishop f5. So positionally, I can't fully agree with this concept of trading white squared bishops. Queen takes bishop d6, knight e2, castle, castle, queen c7, h3, knight e7, bishop e3, rook e8, centralizing the rooks, c4, rook a d8, queen c2.
Just moving the
And c5, wow. Well, c5
yeah.
is a very ambitious and very risky move in terms of positional play, because you give up this d5 square.
Yeah.
Probably you can control it with a knight from c3 or f4, but it seems to me that c5 was a bit premature.
Yes.
But what were the other options, by the way?
Maybe rook b1 if white is intending to play on the queen side, then...
Or rook a d1, d5. Well...
No, rook a
some tricks.
b1, rook a
Rook a
b1,
b1.
yeah, maybe, yeah. Just b4 and...
Maybe black has a plan to play knight e6, g6, f5, or trying to control the center. So I mean, with an addition of white squared bishops, white could have been fine there, but after knight f8, I think black is already trying to push. c5, bishop e7, b4, knight e6, taking the control of f square, f4 square, then g6, e5, bishop f6 plan is, seems to me quite obvious.
Knight e6 is already played, yeah?
Yeah, knight e6 is played, and...
No, I guess a4 or rook b1.
Yeah, let's say a4. Yeah, or, okay, rook b1 maybe a bit more logical for sure. Even though I'll try to play g6 and... Yeah, well, I've played very, very similar position in Alekhine defense for
b5,
black, yeah.
yes. No, okay.
Let's say b5, maybe f5. So f5, f4 is already a threat, probably.
Yeah.
I would choose black there. I don't know what is a certain evaluation, but it seems to me that black is easier to play for.
Yeah, it's not easy for white to create real
Anything,
threats
yeah.
on the queen side.
After g6, probably g4 is a move, but
Oof.
you would rarely consider it seriously. But who knows? Okay, so yeah, we'll see what the players will show off. Okay, Galamova against Grigorieva. So Galamova had 2 blacks in the start of the tournament and
Did quite well.
did quite well. Bishop f4. So is it a London system still with bishop on f4? I mean, like
Yes.
only...
I think it will be transposed to the English system, or not entirely, yeah? So b6, what happened then? b6 is 3.
Bishop b7, bishop d3, g6.
No, then it's
That's an interesting concept.
Yeah, it's something different, yeah.
Knight d2, bishop g7, e4. So white finally decided to control the center. d6, bishop g5. So white played e3, e4, and then bishop e4, bishop g5.
Yeah, it seemed like white gave away a couple of tempers.
Yeah, but in this kind of positions,
Maybe not that
it
critical.
can be possible, yeah.
But
Bishop
still,
h4, g5, bishop g3, knight h5, c3.
Well,
But
g5
this,
was possible, also c5. I would think about c5 also with black.
instead of g5, you mean?
Yes, maybe. E5 is a threat, yeah? E5 is
Yeah,
a
e5
threat, sorry.
is a threat, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. No, then g5 is probably necessary.
Yeah, bishop g3, knight h5,
Okay, knight
c3.
h5 is also possible, of course.
Knight d7, then queen e2 is played by Galamova. And now it more or less reminds me Trompovsky instead of London system, because like bishop g5, some h6, g5, knight h5 stuff is...
Well, black has possibility to castle long.
Yeah, so queen e2,
But
the
maybe-
idea is to play bishop a6 for sure, which is very typical in this kind of positions. And probably black may proceed with Uyutelki Maximiliano Uitelki style of play, playing in a7, a6.
But then she would not be able to castle long, yeah?
For sure, but then, yeah, the only drawback in terms of concept of Maximiliano Uitelki that black has already played g7, g6, g5, because in this kind of positions with like knight on d7, e7, like play a7, a6, rook a7, queen a8, probably transferring the knight, the king to h7 square, and well, that's romantic chess, and that's what I really enjoy in the game, instead of like trying to remember some long lines for hundreds of moves. Queen e2, and yeah, Yulia is considering some different opportunities. a6, queen c8 probably, which is not that bad. Knight takes g3 first, but there is no necessity in capturing the bishop because it's already trapped. Black can take on g3 whatever they want. Yeah, so white has given a couple of tempos, but their position is still okay, slightly better.
Yeah, probably. Still, too passive setup.
Yes.
With black.
So it's like a hedgehog, but black is almost out of plans because c7, c5 has its own drawbacks, e6, e5 has drawbacks, and black basically is trying to wait in these kind of positions for white to push, playing c3, c4, h2, h4, and then trying to find some sufficient counterplay.
Queen 7 seems natural, but then maybe bishop a6, yeah?
Yeah, bishop a6.
Black should take.
Yeah, and then it may hurt, probably. I mean, in terms of strategy. Let's say castle, yes?
Castle, yeah.
Yeah, we can castle long, probably.
And then c5.
And then c5. Yeah, and this is somewhat black is trying to receive in this kind of position. Now I finally have an opinion about it.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about long castle.
Yeah, so we can castle short, but it becomes less interesting.
Yeah.
Less interesting for spectators, for us also. And then what to do there with black? Can we play c7, c5 still?
F5 is not possible there, huh?
Yeah, f5 is very thematical, yeah. f5 is very thematical, and I don't see the reason why you shouldn't do it. Yeah, so f5. Yeah, we have to take probably.
Takes.
And you know, it means that even without the castle, we can play f5
right away, yeah?
Yeah, right away. Okay, probably can lead to transposition because we'll. I know. We cannot take because we take with check and then the comes in the next move.
Then it is quite tricky, yeah?
Yeah. So queen e6.
Maybe
yeah, bishop e6 is not possible still. And bishop on d3 controls this f5 square.
White can start with castle, eh?
Yeah, white can start with the castle, then let's say black still castles.
Or maybe black can now castle long, yeah? I don't know. I don't know what it's all about. I don't know if, for example, a4 or bishop a6, yeah?
Yeah, short castle seems more solid.
And long castle more ambitious.
Yeah. And then white do really have the problem with this bishop on g3, because this knight on h5 is annoying. Yeah, I only see the idea of play 9 e1. It seems to me a little bit passive, but probably it may work. I mean, like, let's say we're forcing black to take, because I do not really consider knight df6. Well, it's possible, but why not to take on g3?
Oh, just take on g3 and c5 then, yeah?
Yeah. And, well, f takes g3 is a bit risky in strategical point of view, because, like, we are weakening the position of our own king, despite the fact that we are opening the f file for the rook. So I would rather prefer h take g3, but then c5. And it seems to me that black is doing more or less well there.
Yeah, yeah. So knight e1 is...
Yeah, so still knight c2, but
yeah, but yeah, c2. I'm not sure that c2
that's definitely a good setup for black. Okay, but knight d f6 is played by Grigorieva. Yeah.
No, somehow it's less. It seemed to me less flexible.
Yeah, she cut it off her from ideas of playing f7, f5 after playing knight d f6.
Yes.
I would also consider some bishop b5 per intermediate.
Right.
Okay. Moving back to the men's section. So Karyakin allowed a4, a5, by the way. It's too deep for me. So instead of playing a5, he decided to play knight g6 first, a5, and then a6.
Yeah, and there should be the reason behind.
Okay, let's try to figure it out.
Letting white play a5.
Let's say if a5. I don't really have even a single idea.
Can it be about
Bishop g5 first? I mean, trying to hold the pieces, but then h6 still will come. Let's say bishop g5. Black can start even with bishop e6 or h6. Okay, just.
But anyway, what was the idea of playing a4 then?
What was the idea of playing a4?
Oh, I mean after a5, yeah, after a5. What was white's point here?
Okay, maybe the idea was to try to trade the black square bishop. Let's say play b2, b3.
Yeah. But what is it? Is it really?
I don't think so, because like bishop g4 comes with like a semi-tempo, because bishop a3 can be a threat. Like let's say rook d3 simply spoils the tempo because bishop f5 at least. Or black even not forced to play to retreat with the bishop. Let's say they can start with knight g6. Yeah, it seems to me not that obvious. But a2, a4, like in terms of strategy, like playing against a pair of bishops, you usually want to swap a pair of them. Let's say, yeah, so a4 probably could have come with an idea to play b3 and bishop e3 followed up with. Yeah, so and if a5, let's say probably white can start with h3, which is more or less accurate. Then like knight g6. Then b3. Yeah, we shouldn't count on bishop e5 because knight e4 comes with the tempo. But then bishop b4, let's say.
Yeah, but anyway, if even white is allowed to play bishop a3 after exchange on a3, black would play knight a7 and king would be very comfortably placed on a7.
Yeah, that's also true. That's also true.
I mean, I can't believe that was the purpose. I thought also about it, but not sure that we.
Okay, do we have another guesses? In investigations. Okay, like a2, a4 expanding on the queen side. Maybe create some ideas of transferring the rook somewhere on d3. But the point being that it's not really possible because knight will retreat on g6.
Can it be related somehow to bishop f4 and e6, or it is not possible?
Well, that's a good question. So, I mean, in terms of if black allows e5, e6, the inclusion of a2, a5 will be in favor of white because the b6 square is weakening, and a5 can be hanging at some point. So bishop f4. Well, so bishop e6 probably not that good.
No, then
let's say knight d4, knight g5. We should choose one of them.
Yeah.
I would just rather choose knight g5. I don't know why. Maybe it could be a mistake. Or knight d4. Yeah. Okay, knight d4 is probably fine. Yeah, so a4 maybe it's a very deep positional like inclusion. Knight g6, a5. I mean, just Karakin allowed a4, a5 and ruined his queenside pawn structure by himself playing a7, a6. So it means like no more, at least in upcoming future, b7, b6 is coming. Or b7, b5. At least it looks very, very risky because then like after the trade on b6, the d6 square will be weak and these pawns are relatively not that safe because like queen, bishop e3, knight e4, some squares. Well,
yeah, it seems like the whole black pawn structure on the queen side is completely fixed now. Yeah.
Yeah. So h3, bishop e7, bishop e3. So now b7, b5 at all. h5, rook e1, h4. That's a very, very interesting concept. Yeah, but h5, h4 is symmetrical because now black's purpose is to put the rook on h5, control the fifth rank, attack the e5, and this is the better way to develop the rook because castle is no more possible after taking the queen on d8
and bishop g5 is played. Yeah?
And bishop g5, that's what I like. That's what I agree with. So could he do anything else instead of bishop g5 or there is no necessity in analyzing, let's say like include rook a4? Yeah, but then the rook h5 just cuts off the idea to trade the bishops. Okay, bishop g5 is played.
Okay, rook h5 I guess.
Yeah, rook h5, let's say.
Take, yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering about bishop f6 first, but maybe it's just pointless. So you still can play king f8. I just want to include these moves no matter what. Like that. Then king takes. So black remains very, very solid despite the fact that a4, a5 and the a7, a6 hypothetically is in favor. This inclusion is in favor of white.
Yeah, but now something like rook a4.
Yeah, rook a4. The point being that if, for example, black develop their bishop on f5 or e6, probably e6 is more flexible. Even bishop f5 threatens bishop c2. White also always has some ideas of playing rook b4, attacking the pawn. Yeah, rook b8, well...
And something like knight
a4, knight e4, knight a4.
Knight e4, knight e5 maybe,
knight e5.
Knight a4.
Yeah, let's say then bishop d5, is it possible? Knight c5. Yeah, well, not that obvious.
Not still, knight c5 maybe?
Knight c5, let's say bishop takes, pawn takes, we take with the rook, of course.
With the rook, yeah.
I know, but then I see that at least white has a cute tactical motive. I mean, despite the fact that we can take on b7, the endgame is...
rook a4,
yeah, rook a4, we have to play f6, otherwise rook e5 is in the air. So let's say we play f4, king d6, take on e5, king takes c5, so we take on f6, take on h4, and probably this one is... Okay, it can be drawish, but I think white can be better there.
It can be better, yeah. And I'm not sure that white should give up white should trade his knight on c5, maybe. After king d6, white has something better.
You mean...
yeah, in that position, maybe b4, simply. Yeah, in your line. Yeah, f4, and now maybe something like b4.
Wow, trying to checkmate, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, so the point being that knight d7 is not possible because of rook d4 or
otherwise,
rook e6, c4, yeah.
Yeah, otherwise maybe c4 is annoying, yeah. Or maybe knight g6 still. Knight g6 maybe is nothing. And
knight g6 probably like...
c4, knight f8.
Yeah, it's like black is holding, but...
yeah.
Looks very, very scary.
Very scary, yeah. Well, maybe rook d4 still, rook d4, maybe rook d4, rook d7.
Yeah, rook d4, rook d7, and this one is quite unpleasant. I mean, despite the fact that black takes on f4...
I'm not sure that I will give an f4, maybe f5 also.
So you will include f5. Yeah, because king f8, we have like knight e6.
Knight e6, yeah. That is,
yeah, so probably this is just winning. This is just winning.
Yeah, it looks so, yeah.
Okay, so at least, I mean, of course, this line is not obligatory, even bishop f6. Okay, let's say we take on e7 instantly, rook a4. How black can develop their pieces?
Well, also I can start with knight a4 if I want to. Yeah?
Yes, you can.
Before you put your bishop on e6, I can also start with knight e4, knight a4, I don't know. It looks very promising now. Yeah? Maybe f5 is a better place for bishop, but I'm not sure. Simply c3, for example.
Yeah, so this position seems to be just better for white. Don't know how much, but let's say if knight f4 there, but then at least we have rook e4. At least we have rook e4. Let's say g5. I mean, the point being that I wanted to put the knight on the e6 after knight c5, try to just
consolidate, yeah?
Yeah.
And just to get rid of this knight on c5, yeah. No, okay, but then maybe rook a4 was...
looks ambitious. Let's say g5, otherwise knight f4 was just pointless.
g5, yes.
Can we take on g5? Not
Yeah,
really.
Maybe rook takes and bishop takes h3 then, yeah?
Yeah, rook takes, rook f4, bishop h3. Black is better. So, yeah, after g5, we shouldn't take on g5. Probably we can... Yeah, we can just simply try to follow our plan. Maybe knight c5 or... Because like g7, g5, this move also has some drawbacks. Because now rook is a bit chained of protecting this pawn. Let's say now with knight c5, I mean this knight trade with an inclusion of rook e4, g5 looks clearly in favor of white, it seems to me. Let's say knight takes, bishop takes. We can play rook b4 there, or even something else. Yeah, rook b4.
Rook b4 looks good, yeah?
Yeah, so you can play rook b8 and then c5 is probably...
Yeah, but knight d4 is not that...
Yeah, I was also thinking about it.
c5 still.
c5, knight c6 and king e8 probably. And now knight is trapped. So rook b8 is, and somehow black holds, but still... Yeah, I'll repeat, I would rather choose white there.
But okay, if black is given time to play bishop d5, maybe then...
Yeah, but bishop d5, knight h2, knight g4 still. I mean, white has some ideas, black is trying to hold and...
No, okay.
I'm sure, like, at least Nikita Vidyugov thinks that he is pushing. That he's trying, not his opponent.
No, that's for sure, yeah. What he made a move already, no? Not yet. No.
Rook h5, bishop g5, rook h5, bishop e7, king e7 on the board with no bishop f6 inclusion. It would be too romantic.
Yeah, but rook a5, a4, then maybe it's more precise, yeah. Not giving black this option to play knight f4.
Yeah. Okay, let's try rook a4 once again. So bishop develops somewhere. Yeah, we need to put it out of the cage. Like
yeah, but still, yeah. But then okay, yeah, maybe bishop f5, yeah.
Yeah, bishop f5.
94,
like we're kind of you kind of provoked me for knight d4, but I don't know if it is that good. Let's say you retreat on
bishop
d7.
d7, yeah.
But then we put this knight on c5. By the way.
But e5 is
yeah, I thought that knight. Yeah, so I don't know if it's really hanging.
Okay, I will try.
So
that.
you take with the rook. Let's say rook takes, knight takes, and yeah. Frankly speaking, I was like 100% sure that this position should be still better for me, but maybe I'm mistaken. Let's say, yeah. If I'm forced to take on h4, it means that black received a lot in comparison to other positions.
Yeah, I think white needs this e5 pawn, yeah?
Maybe still white is slightly better, but now like at least black can breathe normally And yeah, so they get rid of this
he's
h4
got some
pawn.
space.
Yeah, get rid of this h4 pawn, which was weak for no doubts. Okay, so king e7, Nikita takes his time. So what is the game with the most number of moves in the men's section? Fedosiev against Wheeler. What do we have there? h4, h6, e5, rook d8, following our, I can't say recommendation, but just...
Consideration, let's say.
Considerations. h5, g5, knight g5, knight d4, knight e4. Yeah, so that's somewhat I've seen in some like recent analysis. Bishop e5.
It's not a theory.
No, but I think I've seen this position. But well, after knight d4. I mean, after knight g5, can black take on g5 still?
Oh, probably not.
I don't really remember.
I think,
yeah. Knight d4, knight e4, bishop e5, bishop h6, f5. Yeah, the position is just crazy.
Let's maybe try to explain our spectators why taking on g5 was not good for black.
Yes, that's a good idea. So if pawn takes on g5, probably we include h5, h6 first. So hypothetically, black bishop has to retreat on h8. Otherwise, let's say if bishop retreats on f8,
and then bishop g5 and
looks,
h7.
Yeah, it looks very, very risky because bishop g5 was ready to play h7. Bishop f6 is probably killing. But
still bishop e7. Sorry.
Yeah, bishop e7 is also possible. So I mean,
maybe I should take on c6 first. Yeah.
Well,
or maybe
cool.
even h7. Then rook takes c6. Whatever. h7.
But h7, king h8. Then rook c6, b takes. Yeah, I'll just explain. Like if we take it there, probably black can take, and after bishop g5, play rook e8.
Yes, and maybe.
And somehow black holds the next.
Oh, so maybe h7 should not be played then.
Yeah, just take the.
Takes on
take first.
c6, yeah.
Take first, then play bishop g5.
Yes.
And this is probably winning for white.
And if rook moves, then bishop f6.
Yeah, if rook moves, then bishop f6.
With the mortal threat h7, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it. And so if bishop goes to h8...
Yeah, if bishop goes to h8, that's another line. And it obviously it should be bad as well. You know why? Maybe the same idea.
Maybe the same idea, yes. Just take.
Yeah, okay, you take first.
Yeah,
probably.
If rook takes.
If rook takes, we take on c6.
Oh, why? Maybe
There is no
don't
necessity.
Need it here, yeah? Maybe
just play h7, king f8, and bishop f6.
Right. This is it.
That looks very, very cool.
And finally, what about bishop takes e5?
So h6, bishop e5. Well, trying to prove that we are not that bad in calculations.
Oh, maybe still the same, yes?
Oh, but you know what? Yeah, we can take on c6 and take on e5.
Yeah, but even just take on e5 is good enough, I think. Knight takes, h7, or maybe bishop takes g5 immediately. Okay, h7.
h7, yeah, probably useful.
King whatever, and bishop takes g5.
Bishop takes g5.
It's good enough, yeah? Rook takes.
Okay, in this point,
king e2.
And then I realized that probably like instead of king h8, because now we're just we're threatening mate, and king g7 and
still knight takes g5. Bishop
takes g5, rook d3, king e2, bishop d7.
No, bishop e7 maybe. No, okay, h8 should be. Okay, we are pawn down, right? After h8.
So yeah, let's try to find the. King g7. Okay, this is the position.
Okay, at least.
Yeah, initially we can play rook c3, which is probably
bishop d4.
Bishop d4. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Good.
Bishop d4 is just winning.
F6
so the point being that
rook c7.
Rook c7, bishop d7. We take on e5. We play h8 or h8 immediately.
H8.
Yeah, just winning.
Rook. No, okay, bishop d7 is not forced, but still, yeah.
Or bishop. We'll put bishop. Okay, So this is the brief explanation why black shouldn't have taken on g5. That's what, yeah, that's what basically Peter ignored to do. Knight g5, knight d4, knight e4, bishop e5, bishop h6, f5, knight c5. Knight was hanging, knight c6 back, threatening something, or probably just a good move. Okay, threatening bishop d4 at some point, I don't know. Because with this knight on d4, you would rarely consider some retreats with the knight if it's not hanging. So the first thing that comes to my mind why b6 wasn't possible.
Good question, huh?
Let's say b6.
Which looks very natural, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe bishop g5 first. Then
Yeah, bishop g5. Let's say rook somewhere to d5. Looks very interesting. Well, basically we can retreat on a4 and prove that we are still slightly better because of h5 pawn. Because I don't see any other move.
Yeah, maybe this is as simple as that. Maybe even bishop g5 is not needed for that. I don't know.
Bishop g5 seems to me useful because like we have some.
Yeah, right. Maybe.
Okay, we're
knight
forcing
A4
to
is
play
an
rook
answer.
d5, then knight a4, like forcing to, threatening to play knight c3 and winning another tempi. Yeah, let's say if bishop b7 or whatever. So we need to. No, bishop b7 is illegal. Knight b6 is hanging. So, but what else to do? Because if rook b8 fails into knight b6, or maybe even rook c8 first. Okay, knight b6 looks a bit more solid. Yeah, knight b6 is probably winning. Knight a4. Maybe this is the explanation. Let's say if rook a5, just for instance. Yeah, being in romantical spirit, still want to give
No,
up this
that's
knight.
why actually that was the reason why I said maybe bishop g5 was not needed. But maybe still knight takes b6, right?
Yeah, knight takes b6. Let's say rook takes a2,
Maybe
king e3.
e3.
Yeah, probably just the pawn up, the piece up, because c8 is hanging. Yeah, maybe that's an explanation. So knight c5, knight c6 was played. G4, very energetic move.
But anyway, yeah, optically it seems good for white. Yeah, what do you think? What is your impression? Well, h5 pawn and bishop is still on c8.
Yeah, but what
somehow.
was the mistake by Peter? Because as far as I remember, after knight d4 it was theory. Before knight d4 it was theory. Knight d4 is theory for sure. Well, knight c6, as well as we figure out that maybe there is no better move. Knight c6 is still fine. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. Let's try to calculate. Bishop b2 is played, by the way. What is white's next move? Maybe we can even take on f5. It looks a bit optimistic, but why not? I mean, just let's do it.
Can we play just g5, g6, bishop g5, h6?
Well, yeah, that's...
No, I mean, maybe it's too much.
a bit slow, but...
Yes, but still, I mean, looks very good for white.
So g4, bishop b2. Okay, let's try g5 first, and g takes a 5.
No, okay,
We'll check
it's
it.
probably too optimistic, but...
Yeah, let's say rook takes, probably rook takes, otherwise b6, the bishop is hanging. Then still knight b4 or b6.
Knight e5 maybe.
Or knight e5. Yeah, and then like the idea is to play knight f7 just to...
No, g6, I thought about g6.
Just destroy
but,
the whole concept.
But then maybe b6.
yeah.
But I'm not in time to play bishop g5 because knight f3 is there.
But you can try bishop f4.
Bishop f4 maybe, yeah.
Well, but optically it shouldn't be bad for black.
No, then maybe knight takes g6, yeah.
Knight takes g6 at least. Knight takes g6, h takes, probably black has to take, but then we have some bishop e5. Very crazy ideas.
No, okay, but it's too much. It's, I mean, too romantical, huh?
It looks like. It looks so. I mean, like bishop b7 probably trying to control this h1 square. I don't know. And bishop b4 probably.
Should be good enough.
It should be fine. Yeah. By the way, like bishop b2 is played. Can rook simply retreat on g1?
No, of course, rook should go somewhere. Maybe g1 exactly. Seems to be the right square. Then maybe knight e5.
Pawn takes.
And then now king h7. Knight f3, but
King
I don't know
h7.
if it's a real threat or not. Not, for example, if we just retrieve the bishop, what's going on? Bishop g5, knight h3.
Knight f3, knight... Well, very, very complicated. I don't know how to evaluate it, but... Seemingly white is not under the risk, but... Okay, we'll see.
Knight is
okay,
bishop e3. Okay, let's go bishop e3. Simply.
Bishop e3 then.
Yeah, it looks like white is just crushing here. But, okay, maybe bishop... Okay, then king c2, that was my idea.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and then the f takes e6 comes with the tempo, that's right. Yeah, so rook h1 is seemingly...
Maybe knight takes d3 still.
Just eliminating
and
the
one
bishop.
of bishop should be eliminated here.
Then take on f5 or
and
even
take on
maybe e5 at some point.
Yes.
Yeah, let's say e5, king c2, bishop f5, and probably black somehow holds.
Maybe king e2.
Or king e2, yeah.
But still, yeah, this is not that clear.
At least looks very, very principled.
No, well, after knight e5, maybe white has a better choice.
But g takes f5 looks very, very natural.
Right. Not to disagree.
Otherwise, yeah, otherwise probably black simply takes with pawn on g4.
Ah, okay, maybe we can start with king c2 first.
Uh-huh. So the point being that after bishop d4, now we take on f5, right?
For example, yeah.
King h7.
No, bishop goes back to e3. Ah,
but then
knight
bishop c5.
Bishop c5, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, very complicated position. Also bishop g7.
Ah, bishop f4 maybe.
Bishop f4 or bishop g7, I don't know.
Yeah, okay, bishop. Let's pick one of them.
Bishop somewhere. Okay, bishop f4, more solid. Yeah, it's quite hard to analyze it.
But optically, I would take white, of course.
Yeah, some attacking chances, and at least, I mean, even there will be some material down. Try to find some perpetual.
Right.
Okay, so a lot of entertainment on Fedosiev against Wheeler. Oh, let's look for Yesipenko against Chigaev. So knight f1, h6, knight g3, b5, bishop b3, trading the bishops. That was the point where we started our analyze, considering only knight e5 and Maxim.
Okay, d5.
Yeah, d5
so
seems the most principled way. We just forgot it. The central strategy is the main one in the chess theory.
Yes, and black pieces seem to be prepared well.
Yeah, d takes, rook d1, queen c8. Well, this is somewhat very, very unusual. So if pawn takes f6.
Pawn takes f3, I guess.
Pawn takes f3. Let's say we take on g7, forcing...
Bishop
probably forcing to take with the bishop. Okay, bishop c5 is also possible, but it seems to me that it shouldn't be good.
No, it's too much. Yeah, maybe. Okay, just start with the simplest.
Yeah, and there, yeah, still g takes f3 seems the most natural continuation. Otherwise, some queen g4 ideas if white knight goes somewhere.
No, okay, but then white seems seems to be better.
Yeah, but then knight e5, maybe some counterplay.
Hmm.
Knight e5, f4 is gonna be played in this case. But then knight f3, queen h3.
I'm not sure about f4. What about king g2?
Yeah, for sure, king g2 is a better option. But then,
Still, knight
then
g6,
I'm
knight
trying
g6,
to do
knight g6.
almost the same. So maybe just maybe black is fine on the first side.
Knight g6, it should be. I cannot control the fourth rank, yeah?
Yeah, so the point being that you can't really protect this h4 square. You can play queen b4.
Yeah.
You can play queen b4, but then can I play bishop f6 even?
Okay, queen
g4.
Queen g4, yeah.
Queen g4, and you control somehow. Okay, so this is one of the possible ideas in the game. Okay, let's see if we missed something. E takes f6, e takes f3 on the board. Hypothetically, white takes on g7, bishop takes g7, g takes f3. And obviously we have to put our knight on c6 to the better position somehow. E takes f3, queen d5 is played, by the way. What was the reason? If f takes g7, maybe the answer is a bit different. But I have absolutely no idea, because bishop c5 looks a bit risky.
Yeah, it looks strange. Queen d5 maybe.
Yeah, queen d5, rook d8, queen f3, yeah, you're just winning a pawn, right? If I'm not mistaken. Queen d5, is it possible? Queen d5, and what's up there? Such an uncontrolled, such an unbalanced position.
Okay, but white is pawn up, yeah? For the
White
moment.
is pawn up, that's true. That's true.
No, bishop c5 looks... no, bishop g7, maybe he was not satisfied with that variation, with that line we just seen. So knight e5, maybe we are missing something.
We still should follow the line.
Knight e5 seems very natural. King g2.
Well, probably not knight f3. It's too much.
Maybe not knight e5 immediately. Maybe bishop b7 first. What about it?
Bishop where?
Sorry, queen b7. Queen b7
first.
The point is that now I'm threading knight e5. Okay,
yeah,
but still
bishop f4.
Still bishop f4. Or even king g2.
Even queen g2, because we have queen d5 at some point.
d5, yeah. So, but yeah, bishop f4 is stronger. So knight e5. Yeah, it seems like.
So this was a bit mysterious for us.
And king g2.
Knight e5, king g2. More or less logical.
The knight takes f3 is not an option. No? I don't think so.
Maybe black is just not that bad. Maybe c5, c4, or
queen d5.
Yeah, let's try to find the forced continuation, the forced way to equalize.
Well, because if I've given time to play queen sc2, queen queen f5, for example.
Yeah, white will be better. So king g2. Maybe any other tactical motives? Not really.
But maybe knight f3 should be considered, yeah? I'm not sure, but okay, let's try. Take, queen h3. And my idea is to play something like rook e6, rook e6, or h5, yeah. So queen h3, yeah.
Oh, sorry, up there. Knight takes, king has to take, queen h3. Like in Morphy style. Okay, if white simply develops the bishop on e3.
Yeah, rook e6. It looks a bit, yeah,
looks a bit too much.
Yeah, too much.
A little bit too much, I would say. So e takes f3, and then, yeah, of course, both players were considering this continuation, and they didn't like something.
Or maybe he just decided that what he played is even stronger.
Queen
maybe
d5.
There is nothing wrong with that line, but
bishop f4, c6. So, what's going on next? Let's say queen e4.
Oh, but then knight g4, knight f6, I guess.
At least. At
And
least knight g4, knight
black
f6.
is more or less okay.
Okay, you have bishop h6 in the end.
I'm sorry, but knight f6, bishop takes h6 there.
Yeah, bishop h6, yeah, sorry.
This is important, yeah? No, g takes f6. Not okay, but g takes f6.
No, okay, but this position should be
yeah.
in clear favor of white.
Knight
Maybe queen
f5.
e4, black has another jump with the knight. Something very, very... No, but queen e4, I'm a bit struggled. I'm struggling with the move there. Okay, once again, queen d5 is played, okay. Let's suggest Yuffa decided this move is stronger. Knight e5, bishop e4, c6 is played. Both players do not spend any additional time. I mean, they just follow the line that, but knight c4 is played instead of knight g4. This is a point. But then queen f3, and still white's position looks preferable. Some clear attacking chances. F takes g7 will destroy the protection of black's king.
Let's black play g6, yeah?
Let's play g6. But then let's say b2, b3.
And then white just pawn up, yeah?
White just pawn up, knight has to retreat on e5.
Yes.
This is somewhat Maxim didn't really like to receive, it seems to me.
So it seems like Maxim played his last move.
And knight c4 is played, and
knight c4 is played, yeah?
Andrei started to take his
Well,
time.
the pawn will be taken on f3, no doubt.
Anything else?
Oh, okay, knight takes b2.
Knight takes b2, but we first include f takes g7 probably.
If you want to, yeah?
Yeah.
And then
rook g6.
Rook g6, yeah.
Let's say rook g6, rook e6.
Or maybe knight c4, because knight should not... c6 is hanging. Yeah.
Yes, c6 is hanging, and at least I wanted to sacrifice somewhere. Maybe not there, but then like if rook e6, yeah, at least we have knight f5, knight e4, plenty of options, and white is better there for sure.
Knight a5.
Because
yes.
of the black placement of black's king. It has no protection, and this is the main factor in chess. You have to protect your king first, and then, I mean, this is the main factor anyway. No matter what is the material on the board, who has a better pawn structure, the king is everything.
Yeah, it looks very good. Oh, g5.
Queen f3, g5, wow.
No, okay, it looks a bit desperate, I would say.
But the white's bishop doesn't have a lot of good moves, by the way.
Bishop e3, yes, I think. But
Bishop e3, but then maybe Maxim's idea was to... so he couldn't really take on e3 because the knight goes to f5 and it becomes very, very bad for black.
No,
Let's say bishop c5, knight f5.
No, not bishop c5, maybe queen e6 first, rook e6 to prevent knight e5.
Yeah, queen e6.
Queen e6,
Let's say, if we just simply play e4.
Okay, black is pawn down, yeah?
Yeah, black is pawn down, and yeah, probably the main question is if they will be in time to activate their pieces. Maybe they're not that bad, but obviously their position looks risky. Let's say I would even play queen e5. If you ask me what is the idea, I will not explain you.
Maybe bishop d6 with the idea bishop e5.
Bishop d6 seems quite logical, but the thing that I didn't like that knight f5 is coming.
Yeah, sure, sorry.
So yeah, so Maxim, once again, we don't use any engine, and if you just follow our streams and you check the games with the computer afterwards, you can realize that we make a lot of mistakes, miscalculating, maybe giving wrong evaluations, but in terms of human beings, as me and Pavel are, we Obviously can be mistaken, but it feels like black is struggling there.
Yeah, but anyway, our purpose is not to provide you with the complete and perfect variations. Yeah, our perfect is explain what it's all about, and given the grandmaster's point of view on the position.
So the whole concept is to share the opinion
our understanding of and the way how grandmaster consider certain positions.
So G5, yeah, seemingly desperate attempt, but maybe.
That looks at least. That looks at least.
Maybe so he just didn't even. He didn't see anything else.
Yeah.
Neither us, I think.
He realized that, I mean, knight b2 could not be.
Knight b2, yeah, looks
great
very
very
scary.
And that's
very
why
optimistic.
Decided just to.
Okay. Fedosev's Fiddler was one of the most thrilling games, and what do we have now? So, if Rook c2 was played instead of Rook g1, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I think Rook h1 was also possible, at least we didn't see the refutation in the analysis. Bishop a3, g takes f5, e takes f5, Rook g1 check, King h7. So what is the point?
And bishop f4,
yeah. The point being that the
bishop
bishop is hanging, and white has bishop f4, bishop e3, bishop g5, bishop g7, rook g6. 4 ways to protect their bishop.
No, maybe bishop f4. I would say it would be my first.
The first intention.
Reflex, let's say, yeah. To stop knight e5. But knight b4 is also possible. Then maybe it doesn't really matter.
Knight b4. Let's say. Can we try something cool over there?
h6.
Yeah, h6 or I've tried to find some knight jump, with an idea to play rook c7 then.
Yeah, but what's wrong with h6?
Nothing really. Let's say knight takes d3. No, but knight takes d3 is a bit premature.
Probably because of
knight c2 looks lost because rook g7, king h8, and then this windmill idea.
Yeah.
It's like Tora Lasker since Tora Lasker.
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah, and it feels like black will lose all of the material after this windmill checks. Or maybe we are wrong. No, but then we're threatening mate at least. Yeah, rook somewhere on the 7th rank, h7, h8, yeah. So otherwise, after bishop f4, what else do black has?
No, still knight b4, h6, knight takes d3 is the only move, I think.
Knight takes d3.
Okay. Maybe intermediate check. Rook g7 is interesting, but I'm not sure that useful. Okay, let's check.
Yes, but why not?
Let's check.
Yeah, if you see check, it's better to check.
Yeah,
I mean,
check,
like just an old blitz rule or whatever. King
and
retreats, knight takes.
Bishop f8, I thought, was the only move, or also.
Bishop f8, okay.
But looks a bit.
Yeah, looks scary. Sure.
Yeah, but rook goes somewhere, and then knight e5 is coming in. Bishop f5, bishop e5 is coming anyway. Yeah. So yes, looks. I don't know what to do actually. No, rook c7, for example.
Rook g, you mean? Yeah.
Rook g c7. Another rook c7 is also an option.
Yeah, looks killing. Looks just winning the game.
Bishop d7.
Yeah, black is completely stuck on the queen side.
Bishop d7 maybe is only resistance option, but for example, I don't know, knight e5 or.
Yeah, we can try just to win it by force. Like, let's say, playing knight e5.
Well, the black is completely stuck. Anyway,
yeah, no matter where.
Bishop
black,
e8.
Bishop retreats.
King goes somewhere.
Say e3,
let's say.
e3 is the most safe. So probably we are not threatening something by force.
Rook g1. Followed by knight g6.
Meaning rook c1. Yeah.
Rook is on c2. Sorry.
Yeah, but black is completely stuck.
Yeah,
it should be lost. It should be lost.
Bishop g5 is ready.
Also some knight c6 stuff, I see.
So what to do? Is bishop f4 already played or not? And
Looks-
bishop e3 is played.
Looks very, very
instead.
risky. So,
Bishop
well,
instead.
we do not get the moves. Okay, once again, bishop e4. What didn't really like after bishop e4? Okay, probably they liked, but they decided that bishop e3 is even stronger.
Maybe bishop takes c5 first, and then...
Or maybe, you know what, we can include the check first, which is very, very tricky. The point being that king has to retreat.
Right. Maybe this is...
No, but then like king e3 probably is the best move, otherwise if king
rook
e2,
e5,
knight
rook
d4.
e4, rook e8 then?
Yes, so king h7, sorry, bishop f4 check. King e3, then rook e8, and then knight d4. Probably
Knight d4,
that
this
is
is the
the
reason,
solution.
probably, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just show it for spectators. And then probably black is fine.
Even more than fine. Maybe.
Even more than fine, at least fine. Okay, so bishop e3 is played, and maybe still the same ideas. Can black do the same as we saw they will do after bishop f4?
Oh, okay, at
Not
least...
a check?
Yes, but then it means that after knight d4 we will be obliged to capture, right?
Yes, it's true. So knight d4, bishop takes.
Yes, rook takes.
I think it's more or less principled. At least we eliminate this very dangerous black squared bishop.
No, and now it is not that clear. Yeah? Maybe knight takes b7.
Yeah, knight takes b7 is possible. And let's say we just simply develop somehow. Let's say bishop d7.
Rook c7, yeah.
Rook c7, check on e8.
I'm sorry, but maybe
You can
instead
play the king e3 first.
maybe instead of bishop. Oh, sorry. Maybe instead of knight b7, we can play knight b3.
Knight b3 comes with the tempo.
Oh, knight. Also, knight is 6.
No, but then king will retreat on h8.
When?
I mean, like knight e6?
No, knight a6.
Ah, knight a6, sorry, yeah.
Okay, let's check first knight b3. Knight b3, what will it do?
Knight a6 looks very romantic. Like pawn takes, I was just...
Rook takes c8.
Ah, rook takes c8. That is the point.
But maybe I'm not sure that 2 pawns will be enough, or just 1 pawn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it will be
just 1
just-
pawn.
Yeah, because like in the end we'll play rook d2,
Rook
and
d2, rook
seemingly black is fine.
should be a draw.
Okay,
But what about knight b3?
yeah, knight b3 is more pragmatic at least.
Mhm.
Sorry. Rook d4, knight b3. Probably rook somewhere on the fourth
D8
rank.
probably, yeah.
Or
fourth
D8?
rank, fourth rank.
I thought fourth rank. Maybe we can try to play rook h4, but okay, of course it's connected with some risk.
Rook c8.
Ah, rook c8 is an idea. Yes, rook c8 is the point. That's why maybe even rook d5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, rook f2, rook f4 looks a bit awkward.
Yeah. Check, king goes to h6, yeah?
King goes h6, and we'll try to checkmate you somehow. At least we have rook g6, king h5, rook g8. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, black should be careful, yeah.
Yeah, that's
This
risky.
is the
That's risky.
conclusion. This is the conclusion.
That's risky. But by the way, there is some moves made. Knight b4 is made. So we mixed up some ideas for black.
h6, it was h6 looks very scary. Even if now with bishop on e3 it cannot get on the
e5 by
on
one.
the
Yeah.
big diagonal, but still this idea. I mean, h6, rook g7, bishop g5, and I mean so on. Looks very scary. But maybe Peter calculated something there. So h6, maybe knight takes.
Maybe we can simply take on d3 first. So let's say.
Sorry,
more or less-
what-
yeah, so it's black to move here. So knight b4 was played, knight c3.
Rook c3
Yeah, rook
was
c3.
answer, yeah.
So probably knight d3 will come.
Yeah, but my point, why rook c3? Why
Instead
not
of h6?
Why not h6?
But
Yeah.
maybe the question that the bishop is on e3.
Yeah, this is a little bit different, but
Yeah.
still looks.
Rook c, knight c2.
Knight c2, okay, check. Check on g7. And king,
Probably white is
and
not
king,
in time.
and king
so-
takes, yeah, maybe, but okay, king takes still looks very bad for black. No, king takes, maybe
Yeah,
bishop
probably
takes c5.
f4, rook h7. We allow a rook h7. Maybe it's still perpetual.
But what about bishop takes f4?
Bishop takes f4.
Bishop takes c5 and bishop d4, yeah, then. No.
Still, no, then
rook
very,
h7, rook
very,
h8,
very
very
cute, very cute mate there.
Is it made?
I think yes. I mean, rook d7.
Rook d7, yeah, sorry. Rook
That's
d7,
cute.
of course, yeah.
That's cute. Yeah, so still black has to be very careful, but for some reason Vladimir decided to play in a more solid manner.
Maybe in that line, just bishop takes c5 was possible. Let's see. Take, and yeah, king takes, and just
Yeah, just take on c5, play bishop e6, and pretend that we are fine.
sort of, yeah.
It can be the reason, and then rook c8 is a threat.
Right,
Well,
right, and bishop
and now
e7.
white is risking. Let's
Bishop
keep
e7.
bishop e7 as possible.
Okay, yeah, but rook g8, for example.
Rook d7 even.
Rook d7, yes, rook d7 even.
Yeah, so then this one
this
is
the reason,
clearly
yeah,
better for
okay.
black.
So it doesn't work probably.
So, as far as we can see, both players calculating a lot and calculating properly. Let's check the rest of the games in the men's section. So, Nepomniachtchi Artemiev. What do we have there? Still a pair of bishops against a pair of knights. Slightly better pawn structure for white. But seemingly black has solidified somehow. And then what both sides are going to do there?
But optically, black now seems more or less okay.
Do we need to trade the pair of rooks? This is the question.
With
Say,
black?
yeah, let's say rook e8. Is it that bad?
It wouldn't be a bad idea, I think.
Because, like, in terms of whole concept of playing this position with a pair of bishops, you try to trade as many major pieces as it possible. As far as I've been told.
Oh, I would consider
Yeah, let's say
seriously, yeah.
let's say rook takes, bishop takes, and then like knight e3 probably.
Bishop d7.
Bishop d7, trying to restrict.
King f3, yeah.
King f3, yeah. And then let's say h5 or.
h5. By the way, we could have played h5 in the beginning before trading rooks, forcing h4 more or less, I think.
Rook e1, h5.
Okay, I think.
And maybe it's even more clever.
Yeah. Okay. h4.
Because I don't know how white will invade on the e file, and h3 is not an idea anymore, and it hasn't been an idea, obviously. And then black has a plan on the queen side. They can improve, they can slightly expand on the queen side. Basically, I would prefer, yeah, generally speaking, I would prefer black there.
Even so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, h5 is a good place for.
But Vladislav started with a5, which also can be possible. Maybe he did like b2, b4 at some point. I don't know. I didn't think it was a trap.
Maybe, yeah. My guess maybe he's ready to meet king f3, which looks very natural, right? With h5 now.
Yeah.
But then knight e3. Then maybe 93. So.
But still, I mean that even after 93.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't see a clear plan there for white. While black's
yeah.
position is very understandable and the plan is very clear.
Sure. Maybe even b4, right?
B4. Yeah. So this one is, I think, is in favor of black.
Well, black isn't worse. Yes, probably. I agree that black doesn't seem worse.
Yeah, now I would rather pick black. Okay, following Dubov against Matlakov. Finally, some solid stuff where it seems to me that white is slightly better. Despite the fact that black has traded a lot of material, they don't have bad pieces. So just following the game. So b5 was played there. e4, yeah, so castle a4 and b5.
b5 here.
Wow, cool. instead of b6, instead of any other moves. A takes, C takes, e5, knight d5, knight d2, knight takes, pawn takes, rook b8, rook a7, queen b6, rook a1. Usually you spend some time on trying to understand which square is better to retreat on, a2 or a1. It's a tough question, so let's follow Daniil's decision. Rook a1, bishop b7, knight e4, bishop d5, queen g4, king h8, bishop g5. The game looks quite logical from both sides. Bishop g5, knight g5,
h6, yeah.
Bishop g2 first, king g2, h6, knight a4, queen c6, queen f3. So white is clearly aiming to put their knight on d6. This f7 pawn can be a target. White, after the trade of the queens, will try to push f2, f4 to protect the center.
And black needs to decide now if he
so
wants to push
let's say
b4
b4 there.
or knight b6 simply, yeah?
Yeah, let's start with b4. I mean, just...
Okay, takes.
Takes, let's say rook takes. Yeah, trying to make a draw by force. Knight d6 is quite logical. Say queen takes, king takes, c3 hypothetically.
Even c3, yes.
I would say king e3 for some reason.
King e3, knight b6 maybe.
Yeah, but otherwise I didn't like king e4 because of knight c5.
Knight c5, okay.
Yeah, so point being...
Oh, maybe instead of c3, f6 first.
Or f6. So
f6, yeah.
maybe white is not in time to trade the queens. So I mean knight a4, queen c6, queen f3, b4. Yeah, probably it will be the last game and we will lead to the short break. C takes b4, rook b4. Yeah, but what else to do? So we can play rook a c1 or something like this, just to prevent the c4, c3 idea and try to hold the center. Or maybe we're just overestimating white's potential. Let's say c3, rook a7.
Oh, maybe f6. Maybe f6 instead of c3. f6 somehow.
Yeah, but even I like
even
about c2, rook c1. Okay, f6 instead of c3 because the rook c1 there. f6. Well, nothing to be afraid of for black for sure. And probably they're just doing more than well. b4 and white has to be a bit careful with all this kind of simplifications, not to blunder anything, because obviously it's easier to blunder there with white because the center is quite unstable after b5, b4 breakthrough. So b5, b4 is yet to come, and we are heading to the short break. Please stay tuned. Follow Russian Superfinals round 3. Don't switch off. We'll be back soon.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные. Что-то надо будет? Ой,
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру будете разговаривать со своим сыном. Сыном.
Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
We're back in the action of this small intermission, and we've got one peace agreement signed by Fedoseev and Svidlo, one of the most entertaining and exciting games. This is the only result what we have what we have in the first 2 hours of play.
For both sessions, yeah.
Yeah. So Rook D3 was taken. Yeah. So once again, to remind me the pairings. The third round of Russian Superfinals, Russian Men's Superfinals. Still, all games except Fedoseev and Svidler are in action, and all of the women are battling against each other. No doubts. They have not less fighting spirit than men. And the game between Fedoseev and Svidler has ended up in a draw. Knight takes d3, rook takes d3, rook takes d3, knight d3, bishop e6. Black has developed their last minor piece, rook g6, rook e8, bishop c5, such a logical continuation. Otherwise, white has some risk because the pair of bishops is quite strong. Bishop takes, bishop a2, knight b7, and no doubt this position is drawish. Rook e6 takes, bishop, knight c5, bishop f7. Obviously, bishop c8 was a move, but there is no necessity to try this. To try this because after bishop c8, I think white has plenty of options. At least knight king e3, king h6, king f4.
Well, it's very strange to play with the bishop, which doesn't have.
Yeah, but
any
I'm a little bit puzzled how white makes a forced draw by
maybe it's just not forced. Yeah, maybe
just positional.
Yeah, we'll just go like you just showed. Maybe king goes e3.
Yeah, let's say king h6,
king f4,
a5.
Oh, still king e5. Maybe king e5, d6, c7. I don't know. Is it draw?
This is the question, by the way. Anyway,
that should be draw somehow.
It should be draw somehow, but when you fail to find the forced way, you always you always feel very, very puzzled.
Okay, let's
anyway, after knight c5, Peter decided to play bishop f7, knight a6, bishop h5, f4. Yeah, and the draw has been agreed in a few moves. So this is the first result. The other games are in progress, and we can get back to the women's section because we follow them quite briefly. Shuvalova against Kostyanyuk. By the way, Alexander has a couple of extra pawns, but white has a huge centralization. And after castle e4, I think we agreed that white has a
quite considerable advantage.
Yeah, bishop b7, bishop f4, knight f6. Nothing is wrong with bishop f4 for sure. Queen c2, h6, h3, knight e8. Wow, that's an idea, by the way. That's an idea. Transferring the knight to d6 probably find the best square for him.
Well, otherwise, black cannot move c pawn, because b6 pawn is an attack. So white.
But still, white's position looks.
Yeah, no, of course.
Looks much preferable. Rook bd1, knight d6, and knight e5.
That's just quite logical. I mean, avoiding any exchange.
Yeah, knight e5, queen e8, c4, f6. That's more or less correct. Knight d3, bishop c6. So, and now it started to be more or less complicated because white has to give up the. Do they, by the way? Why not rook a1? Just.
Yeah.
I mean, there is nothing wrong with spoiling a tempo with playing rook d1 and then bishop c6, rook a1 because whites also have progressed with playing c3, c4. Now, like d5 probably is a threat. So rook a1, I don't know what's wrong with rook a1.
White's position seems great. And
okay, for sure, like black can try to play g5 there.
Yeah, but I mean,
like, we can simply retreat on d2.
It's hard to believe that
it's still much better for white.
So weakening the king could help here.
So bishop c6, queen a2 was played by Shuvalova. Such an aggressive continuation, very ambitious, but I'm not sure if it was needed. And c5, knight f7, rook d2.
What's wrong with queen takes a6? Maybe bishop c5? No.
You mean queen? Bishop
no, I'm
a4?
sorry. Yeah. No. What's wrong with queen takes c6?
c5, queen takes c6, probably.
No. Yeah, knight f7. And what's?
Yeah, the rook is hanging.
Rook is hanging. Sorry.
Yeah,
sure.
So we have to retreat on d2. B takes c5, queen e6 there. Otherwise, if white takes on c5, let's say with knight, black can simply take with bishop, play e5 or e5 instantly. So it looks like we have some tables turned on in this game. So at least Alexandra's position maybe still slightly worse in mathematically, but now she is like 2 pawns up. White is the side that has to prove their advantage.
Yeah, but black's pieces are still discoordinated.
That's true, but well.
But maybe f5 deserves some
even f5
consideration.
Even f5, trying to not open an extra file for the rook.
But then queen takes f5, maybe knight g5. I don't know.
Yeah, knight g5, but then maybe queen g4 and. Do we have the queen trap, by the way, after h5? That's no, queen e2, sorry.
No, maybe bishop c6, something like just trying to change some active...
What I didn't like in bishop c6, that now we take on g5 first. Or take on c6, then take on g5, and then after f4.
And, even queen d4 in the end, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, like the rook is hanging.
d2 is hanging, yeah.
Yeah, so probably we can start with bishop c6 there. Of course, it's not obligatory. And take on g5, bishop takes.
And f4, yeah.
And f4. Well, black is still pawn up. Black is still pawn up, and position still remains very, very complicated. It seems that white has sufficient counterplay, but maybe it's not that bad for black. Maybe it's just good. Because white is very far from mating their opponent. And
I still don't like this rook on a7 and...
No, but it doesn't need a lot of tempos to be activated.
Yeah, that's true. But it's in such an open position, each tempo is important. So
yeah. So initially I didn't like this position because I thought f5 could be possible, then bishop g5 back. And all of a sudden, all black pieces are more or less fine, and they have an extra pawn. No reason to blame them. So e5, f5 is possible. Line, I won't be surprised if computers say that f5 like a double question mark move, by the way, or it can be good. So let's say if f5, can white try to play something else? Let's say h4.
Maybe.
Just try to hold the pieces. But then c5 and well.
Then c5 maybe, who knows? That's rook is back to business. Pawns are moving, so well here maybe it's not that.
Yeah, remains complicated and like very, very controversial. So anyway, this is the position on the board, and at least this position is a big achievement for Alexandra comparing.
Yeah, to what
to what has happened.
I agree. Even objectively, maybe it's still better for white. I don't know, maybe even much better. But from the practical point of view, it is an achievement. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Heading to Garifulin against Gereshkin, because 31 move has already been made, and well, white is not that bad as we thought they will be after a move. Let's say 15 after knight f8, c5, bishop e7, b4, knight e6, rook fd1, queen c8. A bit mysterious.
Yeah, preparing knight c7. Yeah.
Knight c7, but then like knight c3 controlling all of the spots. Of course, black doesn't want to trade the pair of knights, otherwise it's just pointless. I mean, I would still prefer g6 instead of...
but then
maybe she wasn't in tempo.
Knight c3 and d5, yeah?
Maybe she wasn't in tempo.
Knight c3 and d5,
so this is the answer. Yeah, probably Alexandra is right there. a4... Knight c7, knight c3, knight d5. knight takes, rook takes, b5. Yeah, still more or less logical.
Mhm.
Pawn b takes c6 and b takes c6, by the way.
Well,
the other option was to take with the queen.
With the
and
queen,
which,
yes. But
which I
then
didn't
white,
really
white can try to double just on b file.
yeah,
and
let's say rook a d1, or a
and
b1.
then it would not be that clear, probably.
Yeah, let's say rook fd8, trying to attack the c5 and d4 pawns.
Yeah, but I think b takes c6 is much in Alexandra's style. It's very solid. As blockading rook on d5. I mean,
Yeah.
she feels that she
Also
cannot be worse, and that's.
And then
basically-
a5 was played, by the way. Which is positionally not bad. I mean, like
looking for
trying
b7,
to make a
b7,
post
yeah.
pawn. Yeah.
And a6 was played or not?
A6 wasn't played by black. A6 was played by white on last move.
Yeah, she didn't want to give up this b6
B6.
square. Yeah, but still, I think a6.
I mean, like let's say A6, rook B1, bishop D8. Like hypothetically, is rook B8, B6 possible?
One more game just finished, right?
I think yes, and it is Nepomniachtchi drew against Artemiev.
Mhm. Let's see what happened there quickly, and then we'll be back to the women's section.
Yes, so to sum up, what is the position on the board currently in Garifulina against Gorechkina? So A6 wasn't played. G5, F3, Queen, well, F3 probably is needed, but you would rarely...
Cool-blooded, huh?
Yeah. Queen D7, Rook A4. Well, the position looks very, very shaky, to be honest. Let's say, do Black has some tactical motives? Let's say Rook D3.
Why Rook? Why not? Ah, this is the game, yeah?
Yeah, this is the game.
Ah.
Yeah, so probably the threat was to take Rook D4 somewhere there. This is what the threat.
Ah, Bishop F2, Rook takes D4, right? This is the idea.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
H5, Rook B4, King G7, Rook B7, Rook E7. Well, also I was a little bit puzzled with G5, G4. Is it possible there? At least it looks very, very logical.
Double
but
take, I think.
we had, obviously we have to take with both pawns. Let's say Rook takes, and do Black has a threat? Because Rook G5 is not a threat because F7 pawn is hanging. And, well...
Or even maybe... I'm sorry, I was about to say Queen D1, but Queen D1 then takes and Bishop... no, Queen D1 was also an option, yeah.
Instead of
Isn't
Rook
it?
A7, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, even Rook A7.
Rook A7 even,
like,
yeah.
the question is, do Black has a threat? Yeah, it's
Probably
not clear.
not, yeah.
Probably not. So that's why Rook E7 was played, A6, Queen E2, and then Queen B1. So, yeah, double-edged game.
Absolutely unclear.
Black has white has a weakness on D4, but black pawns are doubled, and A6 is a good investment in upcoming endgames. A6 pawn, I mean.
Mhm.
Okay, so...
But what is the white's next move?
Probably Rook retreats on D1 and then Rook E1.
No, actually Queen F1 can be also considered, yeah?
Yeah, Queen F1 also, but then Queen
Queen
A2.
A2, Queen A2.
And maybe Rook D1, Rook E1 is
Rook
a plan.
D1, A6 is not hanging, yeah?
I6 is hanging. Yeah, that's correct. So, you mean like can it be a Zugzwang for white?
Well, not maybe. Oh, Queen F1 maybe it is still possible. Rook A2 and just Rook goes somewhere, I mean, on B3 for example.
Yeah,
Rook
Queen
B3.
F1.
Even giving up this, D4 pawn is untouchable for the moment, so...
Yeah.
Queen F1 and Rook B3, this is my
Like,
idea.
and
then
romantically,
Rook
I would
takes E7.
suggest Rook B6, but it's just pointless. Yeah, the pawn is untouchable, the position is quite unclear. Okay, let's just wait for the reaction. And let's quickly return to Nepomniachtchi Artemiev and let's see what has happened over there. So, Bishop D7. Yeah, so that was the moment, right? A3 was played there. H5. Yeah, that was absolutely unnecessary to play 5 A4. So on the first on the one hand, we're fixing the pawn structure, but on the other hand, it would be quite difficult to break through then.
Yeah, this pair of bishop we are intended to break through somewhere.
Yeah, so like usually when we fix the pawn, we're trying to find a good route for the king. I mean, like let's say king heading towards the b3 square, but these knights on c2 and d4 controlling
everything.
Yeah, controlling everything. But still, I mean, like it feels like Vladislav wasn't that ambitious, but he could try with this kind of position.
Just remarkable moment, yeah, that white allows h4.
Mm-hmm. You mean like even there? No, but there like g4 probably.
Ah,
yes.
then g4. Okay, yeah, bishop g.
But still, like h3, it remains shaky.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop g4, king g2, bishop g7, king f3. Well, I think. Yeah, Vladislav was a bit friendly to Jan today, because if I was Vladislav, I would try to play this position.
What about h4?
At least h4. Black is absolutely out of risk with the pair of bishops, it seems to me.
Yes, probably you're right. Yeah, no g4. Maybe you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, g4. So we will not allow h3. So we will play h3 by
but
ourselves.
Then somewhere even knight f5 is. I mean, this h3 pawn.
Yes, that's true.
Maybe weak,
but then, like in the endgames, like with the bishop against the knight, we'll fix then a4 and try to scratch these queenside pawns. Let's say h3, for example. Can you play awkwardly somehow f4, a5, but then bishop d6?
Bishop d6. No.
So it shouldn't be. I mean, it should be just much better for black, because then like c5 is threatening. Like black is pushing all of the pawns. I think this position is in clear favor of black. Okay, white can try rook g1 probably, intending to play rook g3, but even after rook g3, rook g8 or rook h8, holding the structure and then retreating with the bishop to d6, playing c5, b4. Well, I can't get an idea why black decided to.
No, also rook g. No, sorry. No.
So once again, like bishop, king f3. This was the position. h4 was the move. Maybe other alternatives. Okay, basically black can start with rook g8 or rook h8. Rook g8 seems more or less logical. So we don't need to hurry. So it's quite unclear and quite obvious if white is really intending to play b2, b4. Because at some point we're eliminating a couple of pawns on the queen side, but then we're potentially giving up this a file for the rook.
Or maybe bishop b6.
Maybe bishop b6 is the most flexible. Also, I would consider bishop d6 at some point. Okay, bishop b6 more looks.
My idea to play c5 on the next move anyway.
The most human. Yeah, I'm really puzzled. Okay, let's say knight e3. Like preventing c5. Could it be the answer? Let's say we take on b4, a takes, rook a8 back.
Oh yeah, like
still black is out of risk.
Yeah,
they still can play. And also, in some point, we can take on d4, play bishop e6. It shouldn't be bad for them for sure, and they can try to play because white has some weaknesses. Potentially.
Yeah, I agree. I would probably try with black, but maybe we don't understand something. I don't know what.
Yeah, maybe these two guys understand chess much better than we do, and
the chess also maybe in the matter of mood. Maybe that was not in
a lot of
psychologically.
Nobody ignores psychology. That's true. Okay, back to the women's section as we promised. Pagonina against Giria. And we've got very classical pawn structure, this plan that I tried to implement, and I think Yesipenko against Chigaev, but then we see the same in Pagonina against Giria, so this classical pattern.
First intention to exchange rooks.
Yeah. Let's say rook takes d1, queen takes, and obviously black is not obliged to take on d5, while white will play knight e5. So let's say even king f8, knight d5, queen d6, it shouldn't be that bad. The other alternative is to play maybe queen e6, queen a6, or try to transfer the queen to the queen side.
And can white be worse in this position? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Never worse.
Also, knight f5 is the threat. So, position of black kings maybe shake it sometime. So also g6 is kind of preventative. I don't know if knight e5 is really threatening. Okay, just make the move. Queen d6. So what white will do there? Probably queen b3 or queen a4. Queen a4 looks more active.
Mm-hmm. No, but then okay, you can start losing some pawns now.
Yeah, some risk, but still, I mean, like huge drawing chances. Let's say a6.
Queen b3.
Creating some ideas to play b5. Maybe not there, but
queen b3.
Queen b3.
Well,
yeah,
worst
let's
case
say
we can take on d5, but then okay, it's
let's say take. Probably take even with the e pawn. No,
because b5 is possible.
Yeah, if c5, then b5 also.
b5 anyway, yeah, maybe c4.
It should be drawish.
Should be drawish, yeah. Anyway, that's
so knight e3. White is slightly pushing, but with a couple of accurate moves by Olga, the game should end up in a draw.
Mm.
So queen d7 is played, by the way. So at some point she lost knight d5 with the semi-tempo.
Yeah, king
f8 probably is the answer. So yeah, we'll see. Getman against Kashlinskaya. What's going on there? Black has a pair of extra pawns. Sorry, they have one extra pawn, and a3 pawn is blocked, and this position should be winning for black.
No.
So hypothetically, if the pawn has been on a5, white would have some drawing chances.
Mm.
And it would all belong to concrete calculations. But this position...
okay, maybe, yeah, concretely. So king f2, king f8, I guess.
I would play f6, I think.
f6 anyway, yeah, but knight c6 anyway is my idea, so...
Also, I mean, like f6... Yeah, I just want to... Yeah, okay, f6, knight c6, let's say king f7.
Yeah, king e3.
Uh-huh.
It's hard to believe that white can be in time, but okay.
We're trying. At least we're trying to do it.
Needs to be checked. Maybe just king e8.
I mean, yeah, probably the point being that even if you play king d4, I play knight a4, and you can't really approach to the knight.
Yeah, but then knight is somewhat out, yeah? Maybe f5, have a time for f5, I don't know.
Yeah, you can try it. Maybe that's the answer. So I was a bit inaccurate with this couple of moves. So king f2, still some drawing chances. For all of a sudden. Okay, mathematically the position has to be lost.
Yeah, it has to be lost, yes, right. I agree.
Maybe let's try to find proper way to win the game.
How do they come into this position?
Let's see. So c6, knight g2, bishop a6, castle, knight bd7. Okay, I'll scroll the game quite quickly because there is... it would be a bit pointless to... Yeah, but f4 is somewhat you don't really want to do there. At least like I mean... Yeah, at least like this move is screaming that my previous strategy was wrong. Knight g4, bishop takes, queen takes, bishop a6, knight e3. Maybe it was a blunder.
Oh, it was just a blunder. So queen d2 was still possible, yeah?
Instead of...
bishop takes a6.
Yes, it was. I don't see the refutation.
So it was just a blunder. So, but what happened exactly?
Bishop a6, knight e3, queen c1, knight f1, bishop b7, a takes b4. So that was the point. That the point being that after it takes b4, bishop a8. I think even rook a8 is possible. Rook a8 is possible because if pawn takes, there is knight queen a8 check in the end. So that's what I blundered. Just to explain you what I was thinking about. I mean, knight e3, knight e2, no matter where knight will retreat, queen e8 check is coming, and the pawn is
falling.
Okay, so that's why probably b takes c3 is better. Bishop c6, knight d2. Okay, this position is better for black for sure because white's king position is more risky than their rivals.
Knight has got a very nice square on e4.
Yeah. Bishop b7, that's a smart decision to eliminate one of the knights. Queen c3.
And unfortunately for white, she's obliged to take with the queen, and then she eventually lost this c5.
So in rook c5 tactical trick. By the way, yeah, I've been thinking about knight c5, but I couldn't really understand if it is a better decision. I wasn't like that scared of pin on c file, because like even after queen c3, you don't have an idea to attack my pieces properly. Because I play, let's say, queen a7, you play king h1, and then I play king h7, let's say, threatening some knight e4 stuff. Okay, you can still try to pin me playing queen d4, queen a3, queen e3, of course. But it seems to me that maybe it was a bit better to save an extra material on the board. But queen a7 looks very solid. Knight d4, queen c5. Okay, knight c5 was also an option. But knight c6. Knight c6. That's what I blundered. Queen c5, knight c5, queen, king f2. Okay. Probably Alina as well as me saw that this position is clearly winning for black, but we see some small practical chances for white. So how to proceed?
No, maybe you should not lose temper for f6. Maybe king f8 immediately.
King f8. So
knight c6 anyway. King e8.
Is there any difference?
King d7, knight e5, king e7, right?
Yeah, but at least it looks preferable because there is no f4, f5 ideas.
Yes. So
let's say knight king d4, knight a4 probably.
Knight f6 is coming now. Yeah, knight a4, and f6 is coming. Yeah. So
can we try to do the same? f5, let's say. Anyway, we need to
right. f5 is a good try anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, the point being that f6 is not that good probably because of knight g6, king f7, knight h8.
What about f takes e6 here?
Yeah, f takes, king takes, you mean like it's some kind of Zugzwang, which is very, very peculiar.
No, it's not about Zugzwang, just I'm going to play king at d6 then.
King d5. I think I might be in tempo.
Yeah.
I might be in tempo there.
Knight d6.
Okay, you know what? You can try with g4 first. You can try with g4 first.
Right.
The position becomes very interesting. Obviously, black shouldn't be risking there. But who knows?
Who knows, yeah.
Okay, I mean, like f5, g takes, king f6. Yeah, there is no risk. There is no risk.
For black?
Yeah, for black.
And h4, h5, yes?
Okay, h4, I play h5 by myself. Or, okay, if I want to draw, I play g6. But it should be winning. It should be winning for black. Somehow, I don't know how. And I will not try
takes,
to...
I don't know, king takes.
Okay, let's say h4, I play h5, king takes, I play whatever I can do. You got an idea to play king d6.
I'm not sure about this position.
Let's try to play for Zugzwang.
Maybe no, maybe just king goes to c6 maybe, or
e5, f4, g5.
Or even king e5, yes, exactly.
King e5, knight c3, the first Zugzwang. Well, okay, white is risking. Still. Nevertheless. So even with the tons of unnecessary moves,
no, okay,
black
it's
is
not
out
necessary,
of risk.
of course.
Yeah.
Just.
I mean, yeah, f5, f6 is
fun,
still. F5 is a good try in this position. We'll see if players will follow our recommendation. And after f5, instead of f6, maybe he has some other like call move. I don't know, knight b2 or knight b6 is fine. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, just with a small threat of playing knight d7. So at some point, I think we have to get back the horsey to the action. I mean, return to d7 square, just to unblock this e6, e5 breakthrough, and then king d6. And okay, even if we low e5, a4, e5, we'll play e5. Then knight goes back to a6 and should be winning. Okay, with good chances.
Yes, if you manage to play knight d7, king d6, and e5, yes. Probably it should be winning, yeah.
Moving further. Kunin against Guseva. Wow. I'm trying to calculate the material and I'm failing to do
which is never easy in
Valentina's game, yeah. I mean, the pawn structure is the second or even the third thing that we have to point out, but
normally it's irrelevant.
Yeah, normally it's irrelevant. But normally the material, yeah. So normally Valentina has less material, but tries
made in attack.
But made in attack, yeah. In this position, we can't see the mate in attack, but we can see some clear human compensation.
Still, rook takes a5, rook g5.
Yeah, some clear, yeah.
Mate and 2.
Ah, yeah. So anyway, we found the way how Valentina can checkmate her opponent. So, but, you know, so black is simply a clear piece up.
Oh.
A clear piece.
Ah. Well, then maybe she has some chances to survive.
Yeah. That's how it usually works against Valentina. Okay, maybe, can we try to play? Can we try to protect this?
Try to be serious. I don't know. But we cannot protect both. Okay, but bishop d7 is considered. Yeah. But then knight e5.
Knight e5. That's true. Aiming to play knight e7.
No, okay, but it should be good, of course, for black.
Probably, you know, like I found a way how we can save the material at least. Like bishop takes, rook takes, knight g7. And
no, but then rook takes d5. Yeah, bishop, knight c3, yeah.
Knight c3, d7, wow.
Knight d7, yeah.
It still can be much better for white. So knight h4, for all of a sudden, after realizing that Valentina, as usual, is some material down, she has some mating chances after knight h4. We're failing to find the good move for Marina Guseva.
Well, but
because like in the very artificial manner, we can play d4, but then rook takes, rook c5, something very, very peculiar and awkward at the same time. Yeah, I'm really failing to understand what's going on.
Pawn takes.
So basically, yeah, if pawn takes or bishop takes, I would, for all of a sudden, I would either prefer bishop. You know why? Like, let's say bishop takes.
To keep the d file open, yeah.
D file open and d pawn, yeah. So let's say you take, right? You take on f5, take on d4.
Take everything, yes. Yeah. Well, maybe starting taking d5.
Just a
then 10 f5 and bishop d7. Should be good enough.
Yeah, sorry. Bishop d4, you take on f5 first, right?
Yeah, no, on d4, maybe just not to give you any choice. Rook takes. Takes f5, and bishop d7. Maybe bishop d7 instead of taking f5, but okay, this seems...
Even there,
even
there we see that black have solidified, and it's quite unclear how white will make a draw there. So d4 is not that bad, right?
Yeah.
d4, very typical idea, just
close the bishop.
Try to catch this bishop.
Yeah, and another idea is just rook c2. Why
but
not?
rook c2 is played, by the way.
Ah.
And it was the most logical opportunity, which we didn't consider properly. So rook c2, bishop has to retreat somewhere, maybe on a1.
No, well, Rook takes d5 is also possible, yeah?
Rook takes d5 is also possible for sure, but then
Bishop c6, rook takes f5, rook takes b2.
yeah, it shouldn't be bad. It shouldn't be bad for black.
Maybe bishop d7 here, bishop d7.
For all of a sudden. Let's say bishop a1.
Mm-hmm. No,
and then you can
king
try
g3,
to play.
King g3.
Yeah, you also have some g3 square. King where?
Sorry, knight g3.
Yeah,
knight g3.
Knight h or e.
I don't know which one. Maybe another one.
You know what? I would rather play f6 just in case.
Yes,
Not
but maybe the next
any
move.
kind of
with the
move.
next move. Knight e g3 first, and then maybe f6.
And then you have bishop c6, right?
Ah, bishop c6.
Bishop
right.
c6, knight f5, something very crazy. Yeah, that's a funny story because after bishop c6, knight f5, on the first side,
knight takes f5.
Knight takes, rook takes, rook f takes, or rook h, or rook f. I don't know. Both rooks is fine.
Oh, right. That's maybe
Still very complicated. Or maybe even winning for white.
No, f6. Winning is maybe.
Yeah, maybe
too early, yeah.
Too early. Yeah, but very interesting. Yeah, f6 probably fixing the advantage. I just didn't see it. Okay, so failing to evaluate the position in Gunina against Gusev.
Knight d5 is played or no?
Sorry, no, and rook c2 and
rook takes d5. No, sorry, it is not. Not yet.
Okay, at least after rook d5, I think after rook takes b2, black shouldn't be risking.
No.
Just an extra piece.
Well, generally, black should not be risking here.
Yeah. So Gusev is she might have been
playing for win.
Yeah.
But Valentina as well.
Valentina plays on win in every position.
So the position is quite unclear.
Yep. What did we fail to watch? Garifulin against Goryachkina. This is the current position. Rook b1. So white have taken the control of the b file, and queen d7 is quite unpleasant. It's just a direct threat.
By the way, I just realized that we were missing an important resource for black in the previous position. If you just can go back just for the second, I will show a nice line.
In this.
No, it's not. No, okay, yeah, just for after rook takes d5, maybe knight c3 is possible.
Knight c3, cool. And well, what is the material? Black can be rook up, right?
Somewhat, something like so. Maybe rook d5 is not that great. Maybe rook f5 can be considered instead.
Rook f5, but then black may simply take on b2, right?
Yeah.
Which is gonna be the most logical way
yes.
to proceed. Rook takes b2, then rook takes h5, and
bishop c6, let's say.
Bishop
f5,
c6.
Knight f5. Still some play. Maybe knight c3 here, yeah?
Or knight c3 as well. Okay, so black is simply better. Black is simply better, that's the conclusion.
Looks so, yeah, looks so.
So, but in Garifulin against Goryachkina, white has, it seems to me white has a clear advantage. A7 pawn is very weak.
If she's not winning yet.
If she's not winning yet, that's a good
okay,
question.
King f6 is...
I would rather prefer queen f5 there. At least you're trying to create some counterplay. But maybe it's a bit late because of many things. At least rook e1.
Rook e1 and c6
c6, a7, e7 is hanging most likely.
Yes.
It's the position is unholdable.
Black is a little bit late. So contemplate.
So rook b1.
So what to do? So queen takes d7 is a threat, yeah?
Queen d7 is a direct threat.
So maybe king somewhere, f8, I don't know.
Yeah, I was trying to understand. Yeah, but the point being that in this position, black is
d5,
almost stalemated.
Yes, and d5 after... no, d5 is not a move, sorry.
No, but
king
it is a move, but like a bit later, like rook b7, king e6, let's say. But the point being that black is clearly stalemated. They have no ideas in this position. Because like playing f5, g4, white will just ignore it. They can
maybe king f1, king e2, and d5 and d5.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. No, okay, d5 was probably is a bit premature because black will take.
Yeah, that's why I want to put my king on e2 first, and then rook a7 and bishop c5 will be there still.
Okay, let's say king f1. Okay, f7, f5 is not such a bad idea. King e2. Do black has any useful moves?
But something is going on there.
So probably bishop f8 is should be played there. But even after bishop f8, king d3 we can play because bishop c5, rook d7, white is winning. Then we put the king on c4, play rook takes d7, play
and d5.
It should be winning. Because we'll transfer our bishop to a5, these pawns are weak.
So, but something is going on there. Alexandra went for another option.
Okay, she sacrificed the exchange somehow. Rook d4, bishop d4.
Looks desperate, huh?
Yes, but maybe she didn't want to, because the other line was just literally a torture for black.
But now maybe this is the best practical chance, yeah?
Yeah, so now she will take on c5 with the bishop. Let's say queen takes c6, and no idea how she will hold this position because she cannot really put the bishop on b6, because let's say we'll start with king h2, and rook b6 should be considered all the time.
No, it will not always be clear. Yeah, for example, queen f2.
Okay, at least we can try to check. Okay, let's say queen bishop b6. I mean, if rook takes b6 works there.
And it's a funny question. Would it be winning without queen? Probably not. Yeah, because white's king is a bit passive. Just block. Yeah, maybe it's just a draw. But then it should be draw.
I mean, like, can we take on b6? Let's say rook takes.
Right now, yeah?
Yeah, a takes, a7, queen f2. But then we can play, we can make a check and play queen a1, which is going to be winning.
No, then just queen c3 first and
queen c3 check, check and queen a1. Or a8.
A8, yeah.
Yeah, because we took the control on e1 square. So bishop b6 is losing after capturing the pawn, queen c6. But what to do else? Can black really progress there or create even a single practical chance? Let's say queen f2, somewhere closer to the rival's king. I'm not sure if g4 is an idea, but who knows?
Okay, maybe queen e4, bishop d4, yeah, something. Queen e4, queen e4.
Queen e4, yeah.
Or queen d5, queen d5.
Queen d5.
Sorry, queen d5, then black should be careful.
Queen d5, let's say. Yeah, the point being that it's quite hard to hold all of the pawns. Let's say king g6.
Yeah, I would clearly prefer to have the pawn on h6 here, and then rook c1.
Rook c1. Yes, this is the question. And maybe it's too late.
Maybe still bishop d4.
You mean like check bishop f6?
f6. Maybe it is still playable, yeah?
Wow. Can't really believe it.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, but who knows?
Okay, just a practical chance. And, okay, so queen c6 is on the board, and probably
g4 is played by Alexandra. At some point, where exactly?
No, g4.
After bishop takes c5, I think. Yes, f takes is already played. But why g4? In this position, right?
Yeah.
Right in this position.
That's a bit strange because...
Okay, h takes.
On the first side,
maybe it's strong, I don't know, because...
Queen e5 idea?
Queen f2? Queen f2?
Queen f2, queen f3?
Queen f3, yes.
What was the point?
I don't know.
If queen e5 also. Maybe queen d3
Queen
for all of a
d3,
sudden.
queen d3,
Wow.
queen d3.
That's great. Yeah, because queen c5, queen b1 is most likely a draw. Yeah, because like checks and we can play queen a2 and even black can try at some point. Okay, so g4 probably was the best practical chance instead of what we've suggested. So g4, f takes, h takes, and maybe...
What about this position? What about rook c1?
White shouldn't hurry. Yeah, rook c1, bishop b6, and queen c3, you mean?
Or maybe h takes g4, I don't know.
Yeah, now rook is protected. And
h takes g4, yeah.
Probably winning. Okay, if rook c1, do we have something? We need to switch on our fantasy.
Oh, just... I think there's... okay, bishop a3 is possible. But then queen c3, right?
Queen c3 is probably winning, yes.
And then queen c3
queen c3 is clearly winning.
Should be winning, yeah.
Because we'll not spoil the tempo to take the g4.
Maybe just a blunder, maybe just a blunder.
So it seemed to us that the position...
But it seemed that...
is not that good for black to break through.
Leia is about to pick up her queen. I saw the movement toward the queen. And what is her idea then? It's hard to understand where...
Maybe she was just adjusting the queen.
Queen c8? No, it's hard to believe.
Not really.
Not really, yeah. Because rook c1...
But you know, like queen c8 is not that bad. The point being that after g takes h3,
no, but
we can also make a check on g4, and maybe she's just playing
maybe also queen
That's also
c8.
smart. That's also smart.
And f3 just queen g4 check, yeah.
And you know, like queen c8, now I realize that I like this move even more than rook c1. Okay, both moves are winning, clearly, but, well, it's a matter of taste. When the position is winning.
Queen c8 allows g3. And will we win that position? Probably, but...
Yeah, I think clearly winning.
Maybe rook c1...
is more accurate.
No, okay, yeah, too many threats after rook c1.
I think the only thing that she didn't like in the first side after rook c1 that you need to calculate some...
Do you? I think it's just...
you mean like after we can take rook c5, by the way.
Why not with the queen?
Yeah, I mean, but rook c5, there is no proper checks, and we take with the queen.
Also, yeah, it's maybe simpler, rook takes c5.
Okay, so Garifulina is about to upset her, I would say, famous rival. Famous opponent.
Pawn takes g4
wow.
is going to be played.
Is it a blunder? A move 40.
It is.
And she was half an hour.
No, it's not played yet, but it's about to be played.
It's about to be played. H takes g4. It can be a drama. Because the position is clearly winning. Rook c1, queen c8, at least two suggestions. Two moves that we just made instantly. Okay, just let's wait for the move to be made and... Okay, she has a lot of time.
Maybe we don't see something after rook c1?
I can't really get it. Maybe f3? Can we try f3?
No, still. Just take on c5.
Which was what?
Oh,
I think both captures are winning.
Both captures are not bad, probably.
Even rook looks... Okay, rook looks not that safe.
Queen should be taken. No, queen takes, just queen takes.
Yeah, queen takes. You know what?
Oh, what about takes f2?
Yes.
It's funny.
It's a funny thing.
It's funny. And this is a draw, huh?
This is a draw.
This is a draw. This is funny.
Crazy.
This is funny.
That's crazy. So you mean like rook f5, g3, the pawn is untouchable?
I cannot see winning idea here. I've never seen it. Never seen it in my life.
You know, like, and also black can try to... No, they can't really. So I mean, the king is cut it off. Wow, that's cool. So what was the point? Queen c6, g4. That's a very interesting idea. H takes g4, rook c1, f3.
But
so let's say queen takes, we take on c5 and f2.
Yeah, but I
Brilliant
refuse to
idea.
believe it. I refuse to believe it. Okay, at least H takes g4 here, for example.
Yeah, let's try
Still
to take the
F2,
bishop.
Still F2. Yeah.
Is it a mate?
Check. Not sure.
Okay, you have to calculate it anyway. King f8 or king h7. Two moves are possible.
King h7, rook h5. King g7 check or king h. No, then mate.
This is
it's
a
not
mate.
mate. It's not mate. It's not mate.
Why?
It is. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure,
that's a
it is
mate.
And king g8, then queen c8 and queen h8.
So it means that we have to play king f8 there.
King f8 there, the only move. Yeah. And this is not clear.
So let's say check from behind. No, but it's just pointless. So for all of a sudden it became not that clear as we saw that it should be. No, but maybe,
Well-
like, we have a very interesting idea. We can make a check there. Let's say king e7 and play rook f5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but then once again, this g3, no, g3, not now, yeah?
Somehow it has to be winning. Maybe I'm blundering something.
Queen c8 is played finally. Queen c8 is played.
Yeah, the position is cool, just cool. Yeah, queen c8 is somewhat we used to like, right?
Yes.
Can we try to do the same, or
No, the check.
white will take with the
Queen
queen?
take g4
Yeah,
check.
and then after f2, simply g3, and white is winning. Otherwise, after queen c8, so there is no good idea, right? So h takes g4 and queen c8. Yeah, cold-blooded Leah is about to
Yeah, it seems
win
like,
her game against.
Seems like, okay, g3 or g takes h3.
Okay, practically g3.
G3, yeah?
Practically g3, but the point that mathematically it doesn't matter which move to make because still the position remains lost. But
Yes, still, I still believe that rook c1 was the best option.
yeah, at least a very interesting trick, study-like trick.
No, but because now g3 it seems like, I mean, it still seems
It should be like a mate or
seems to be holdable somehow. No, okay, it's still tricky. Rook is on b1, yeah. So king f6 may be losing because of rook f1.
and also h4, h5 plan should be strong.
Also, but rook f1,
Bishop g6, queen g3.
queen
right?
g3, yes.
Okay, rook f1, king e5. Well, I don't. Obviously, I don't believe in it.
No, king g5.
I don't believe in
Queen
miracles.
g5, queen g5.
Queen g5, f5.
Queen g7.
Yeah, for sure, it should be lost. It should be lost.
Or
yeah.
maybe h4 simply. No, that this,
It's like,
this should be
once
lost.
again, like queen g7. We
No,
play
rook e1, sorry, rook e1 was
Instead of-
probably instead of queen g7 just here and take on f5.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much. Position is absolutely winning. We've got another result. Isipenko drew against Chigaev. What has happened in this game? Bishop c1, which was probably an inaccuracy, according to the.
We were considering bishop e3.
Yeah, we were considering bishop e3, bishop c1 we didn't like. And as far as I've been informed, the computer also doesn't like bishop c1 and prefers bishop e3 instead. Queen e6, b3, rook a d8, rook f1. So now white seem a little bit passive.
Yeah.
So this bishop c1, rook f1 connection doesn't look very natural. Knight e5, queen f5. And at least I think black had already taken f5 pair, rook e6. They shouldn't be bad.
Sorry, it's tricky. What was wrong with b takes c4 exactly?
Rook f, I mean, like, there. Maybe some tactical blow. I believe. No, sorry, not necessarily right now, but there might be something. At least G4 maybe. G4.
G4
and
is
distracting
G4
the queen and
G4 is very painful.
So rook f1, knight e5, queen f5, knight g4, attacking the pawn, h3, queen takes, knight takes, queen f6, and now black is simply slightly better with this pair of centralized rooks.
Yeah, but knight is on f5 is
it's fine, but king h7, king g6, and I think black is the only side who really tries to play on for the advantage. Bishop e3, knight d6 for all of a sudden. I think I would rather prefer king h7, king g6. At least
it's more ambitions because knight d6 is just a
but I mean black is out of risk. Black is out of risk, and knight d6 is the move that you can make almost everywhere. But okay, knight d6 probably.
Oh, then maybe okay. King h7. I will try to argue. Yeah, maybe no. C takes b5.
I mean, like playing rook c1 and
rook c1. Yes, and rook c1. It's not that clear.
It's not that clear. Yeah, so let's say we play c takes rook c1.
Maybe rook c1 right away, by the way, is stronger. Rook c8, then bishop a3, sorry. Okay, let's keep it this way.
Okay, so in this order of moves, right? Yeah, okay, probably, but okay, maybe still position is just equal, and knight e6, rook e6 is fine.
Yes,
it's just equal.
Yes, but maybe not worse for white. Maybe.
Knight e6, knight takes, rook takes, c takes b5. So Maxim managed to, well, not survive, but he was slightly worse, and he managed to make all of the proper moves and equalize the game. So deserves a full credit. Rook f5, rook c1, rook f5, rook c8. Yeah, but we can just quickly scroll all the moves. I don't believe there could be anything interesting. Rook f7, trading a pair of rooks, king g2, bishop a3. Also, okay, the player is a great on draw there. The position is absolutely equal.
And one more draw, see if Dubov, Matlakov. No,
it's still in progress, but anyway, let's see what's going on there.
Sorry.
Matlakov is pawn up in the endgame, but looks like the endgame is drawish.
Yeah, just no way to improve, yeah?
So let's see how the players have received. So b4 was played as we predicted. C takes rook fb1. Yeah, so probably Daniil realized that knight e6 is risky because of maybe
exchange on f6.
Exchange on f3 and f6, that's what you've suggested. Rook b3, rook takes, c takes b3. Rook b1 still slightly unpleasant. Because like despite the fact that material is equal, b3 pawn is much stronger than d4.
White should be accurate here.
Yeah, knight c5, probably the best chance. Knight takes e5, wow. Did like had something.
It's just concluded in that game.
Okay. Knight e5, queen c6, knight takes, rook b3.
Rook d8. Yeah.
Rook d8, rook f3, the most precise. Rook g8, knight b3. Then g5 was played instead of taking on d4, by the way. I don't know for what reason. Maybe the point being that after g5, rook d3 is not saving the pawn, or what?
No, because, just preventing h4, actually.
Yes, that's the point, but what was wrong with rook d3?
Maybe e5, yeah.
e5, then d5.
d5, bishop d, knight b4. Knight b4. No, knight b4. Knight d4 is also good, yeah.
Okay, but knight d4 maybe I was a bit. But rook d5. Yeah, rook d5, king f3. Simply making a draw.
f5.
f5, king f3.
King f3.
Yeah, I'm in time.
Yeah, no, but maybe then knight b4.
Yeah, so maybe knight b4 instead of knight d4 and.
No, just we should explain after knight d4, knight e4. Rook d4, h4 is very hard to proceed with black, so that's why black tries to get this kind of endgame with pawn on g5 already, preventing h4 from white side. Then
against
he would get some more chances in the rook endgame.
Nevertheless, white has played h3.
Mm-hmm.
So no rook d3.
Oh, it's still draw, of course, and rook endgame 4 against 3 is still drawish, but...
Yeah, take, g4, fixing the structure, h5, king g3, h4, king g2. Well, maybe the best decision. King f6, rook c7, rook d6. Yeah, almost no chance to win this position.
Yeah, it seems like black have managed to achieve the maximum he could, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, just scrolling all the moves. King e5, f5.
It looks like black achieved something, yeah?
Final breakthrough, and just agree on draw because at some point black is stalemated. E3, white will take on e3. Okay, another draw agreed.
That's one more interesting game.
Like, I pointed out that yesterday, while all of the games in men's superfinal, in men's section has been ended, in the women's section only 2 games has been ended. It means like, yeah. Men should owe some fighting spirit from the women's section.
That's a usual situation.
Vaganov against Antipov, I think that this is the game we hadn't been following properly. So this was the Grünfeld, queen c7, knight d5, bishop takes, queen takes, knight bc6, knight takes e5 instead of castle, bishop takes, bishop f3, rook fc8. Well, yeah, and Gaganov decided to take on c7.
Why rook fc8, by the way, yeah? There is some...
Instead of rook ac8.
Yeah, there should be some
explanation,
yeah.
Maybe in this case... Well, the only thing that I see that after rook c8...
no, maybe then just take on...
c6, rook d7, yeah.
Rook d7, you think, yeah?
I mean, like he wanted to leave the rook on a file in order to create...
Yeah, maybe before and then...
Yeah, and then a5.
Yeah, then a5.
Okay. So we are explaining to ourselves and... well, trying to explain to the spectators. Rook fc8 looks a bit more flexible than rook ac8 because after rook ac8, black's counterplay on the queen side after b2, b4 will not be that strong because rook on a8 looks more useful than rook on f8. That's the kind of explanation. Rook fc8, queen takes.
What happened in Pogonin Aguirre's game? Because the game got interrupted. For what reason?
Okay, let's see. But as far as I remember, it was more or less equal, maybe threefold.
I thought it was equal.
Okay, we'll see.
Maybe threefold repetition or something.
Okay, this is the current position in... So I've missed something interesting.
Yeah, okay, draw is agreed finally. Yeah,
okay, well, we'll be back to this game very soon. And talking about Gaganov and Antipov and comparing the position in the end to the position on the board, I mean on the screen, somehow white has won a pawn. Gained the free pawn, h3, h6. Let's see how they managed to do it. g4, rook h8, g takes, king f3. Rook g8, bishop f2. Of course, white is slightly better because of this post c5 pawn.
True.
But it doesn't look
even if it's blocked, I mean, it's still a passed pawn, yeah?
Yeah, because rook is not a good blocker.
Yeah.
You would rather have king or knight there.
Or bishop in this particular case.
Yeah, in this particular case, bishop. Yeah. Rook hd1, rook c8, rook c7. Rook c2, king e8, finally trying to transfer the king, b4, rook
before
a7.
Finally play. Because, well, I think that white tried to delay before as far as possible, just to avoid any counterplay with a5. Yeah. Finally, at some point, he needs to play b4 in order to play bishop d4.
To release the bishop.
Yeah, to release the bishop, yeah.
Rook a7, rook g3, and then a5 hasn't been played. Let's try to figure out why.
Maybe just rook a3.
Rook a3, provoking black to play a4.
Okay, yeah.
And then white's idea is to trade the black-colored bishop in order to avoid some counterplay connected with attacking the queenside pawns. Let's say we can simply retreat to d3. I think a3 is not that dangerous. And then bishop d4 coming on the very next move with such an unpleasant rook endgame for black. So rook d3, rook a8, bishop e3, king f7, a3, a5. And a4 is still played. Sorry, a4 for white. Wow, what a resource. A very thematical pawn endgame attempt to create an extra pass pawn. But a5, a4 could have been easily missed by Antipov, but this position... No, but rook b8 is played. Probably it hasn't been missed. B takes a5, b takes a4. So Gaganov created another post pawn, rook a3, rook b3, rook a4, rook e6, rook e2, bishop h4. So despite that white has an extra pawn, the position is quite unclear because... Okay, black has some counterplay connected with attacking this bishop, so a6, rook g6 is probably the only move, otherwise bishop h4 was played with no one, and the draw has been just agreed in this game. After rook g2, rook e6, white couldn't avoid the repetition, otherwise rook g3.
And
yeah.
Very nice.
Very nice game, by the way. Yeah, so it means that it was quite logical, and Antipov was defending slightly unpleasant position, and he found a very nice tactical approach. So just a good game between, again, in the human point of view, it seemed to us quite logical and quite close, and Antipov made a draw with black.
Okay, should be.
So the only remaining active game in the men's superfinal is
Vitigov-Karakin.
Is Vitigov-Karakin.
Oh,
the crazy burning stuff. And what's going on, by the way?
Well, optically, white is not better, but the pawn a5 is still there.
King
so
c4.
what happened? Let's see.
Wow.
Because last time we saw this position, we thought that
rook a4
white
was played,
pushing,
as we've been predicting, and b5, by the way.
Oh, b5. Yeah, somehow we missed this opportunity. Yeah?
Well, we've seen in a bit different interpretations of this rook a4 AD, this b7, b5 breakthrough, but not there. Rook d4 played instead of a takes b6. Probably he didn't want to. So what was wrong with pawn takes?
No, he didn't like to improve black's pawn structure. Now, well, the pawns look a bit shaky, but if black managed to hold them, then after c5, bishop b7, I mean...
Okay, yeah, c5,
no, okay,
bishop probably
b7
not there,
first,
bishop b7 first, or maybe even a5? Maybe even a5. Okay, so... Anyway, b5, rook d4 has been played, bishop e6, b4, controlling. So Sergei decided not to play c5, probably because of knight d5 check. King f8, rook dd1, rook e8, knight d4, c5, knight e6, rook e6, rook d8. So white shouldn't be risking there.
Yeah, something went wrong probably here during these last moves.
Rook e8, knight takes, knight d5. Yeah, so white is not in time to play knight b5 because rook retreat on the 8th rank, and okay, let's just check briefly. Okay, it seems that no, but who knows?
King goes somewhere.
King d7 and then rook h8 on the very next move. Okay, fine. So knight e5 was played instead of not clever knight b5, king d7, f4. Still, it doesn't look bad for white. But c6, knight b6, king e7, Somehow black has solidified, white has a lot of weaknesses.
And f4 is just...
Yeah, just hanging.
Yeah.
Check, king e6, knight e6, knight takes, knight e4, c takes, knight c5, king d5. And now probably I've got an idea what Sergei is planning to do. He's planning to sacrifice his rook and push his king towards c2 pawn, try to take it and sacrifice the rook on a pawn.
Does he need to sacrifice? What's going on actually?
Knight c7, king e6, knight d5, knight d4, knight b6, king c3. So, black's king made a useful and pleasant trip towards the c2 pawn.
White seems to be in danger. Eh? These 3 pawns will start moving soon. So a6 is just...
Okay, just check the fourth line. a6. Let's say king takes c2. What do we have there?
Rook a1, I
Rook
guess.
a1.
Maybe b3. Yeah.
Maybe b3 or maybe rook takes e5 even.
Maybe we don't need to.
Okay, we don't need. We can play rook h8 first.
So b3,
okay,
a7.
b3, a7, rook h8. Okay, otherwise a8. What can we try to do? Yeah, but probably it's just too late. It's simply too late. It's simply too late, and yeah, such a gorgeous trip for the black's king.
So a6, king takes c2 is played. And Nikita seems to be in time trouble.
Okay, he has 2 more moves to make, but the point being that... Okay, let's try a7 first. Rook h8. Maybe some tactics there. Trying to find some tactical blow, but failing to do it. Okay, rook f1 seems a bit more logical in order to make some checks on the second rank.
Yeah, still b.
Still b3. Still b3, let's say. Probably a8 is needed. We don't have to... We don't have any additional time to take on f7, probably. Because at least knight e2 is the move.
Not even simple b2 should be
even
good enough,
simple
yeah.
b2 checked and king retreats.
a7 is played. Rook c8. Meanwhile, we have 2 more games. Decisive game, by the way. The first decisive game today finished on the women's section.
And Alina Kashlinskaya won against Tatiana Getman.
Well, somehow Alina managed to.
And somehow Alina managed to win this endgame. And let's see, maybe she just showed off the best technique. King e3, king d7, knight e5.
That was predicted, right?
Yeah, king e7,
king
queen,
d4.
Yeah, king d4.
Ah, by the way, knight d7 immediately is played. Yeah, that's what was played. Yeah.
Check king d6 and yeah. So now.
Okay, now 2 pawns are coming. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and e5. And
black has destroyed the blockade, and f6 e5 is coming. Knight d8 f6. Knight b7, king c7, knight a5. Well. Yeah, the point being that all pawn endgames is lost.
Are lost. Yeah.
Are lost for white. I mean, just to explain it.
Is it so sure, by the way? If you have time to push f5. No, okay, just f5. Sorry.
Yeah,
just
f5.
Just
black plays
yeah,
f5, and the position has to be lost. Yeah, well, I mean.
No, just black's king go to.
Towards the a3 pawn.
Yeah, toward the a3 pawn, and white cannot stop him.
Yeah, so knight a5 was in the game. Knight a5, king b6, knight b3, knight b8, a4, check. Yeah, so forcing
And
White's king to
and
retreat on
pawns start
c3.
moving.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course this position is clearly winning for Black, forcing White to play knight a1, king c5, knight c2, knight c4, g4. Well, and just taking this a4
Okay.
pawn and yeah,
Another
nothing.
pawn is a good.
And Marina Guseva won
moment
against
to-
Valentina Gunina, by the way.
Mhm.
So Valentina resigned this game because no proper defense against rook h1 made, by the way. And well, just briefly, let's see how she converted her big advantages we figure out with my colleague. Knight g3 was played instead of
After bishop a1, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
So Valentina
So-
went just bishop a1, not willing to give up this bishop.
Yeah, she decided not to take on f5 because of, as well as we
Mhm.
figure out rook b2, knight, rook h5, knight c3 is probably
Knight g3.
winning. Rook fe1, f6, a4. Yeah, such a desperate attempt to create some, just at least try to, I don't know. I don't have an explanation what White was trying to do there. Just trying to scare, but rook d5, king f7. The bishop is stuck on e1. Oh, sorry, what's going on the board? Yeah, rook d4, rook g8, rook ed1, doubling for d pawn, but it's blocked. Knight e4, and for all of a sudden, Black is the side who is checkmating their opponent. So we
But
we
anyway,
felt that
anyway,
it
in
was
this
a bit
position we can
risky.
talk about only practical chances. Yeah?
Yeah, so this was the right time to resign. We've got another result, and by the way, we will have a guest very, very soon. So that's why we're heading to a short break. Please stay tuned. Don't switch off.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет? Ой,
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру вы будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном. Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит.
Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
We're back in the studio and our break's getting shorter, as you can see. And we've got a guest today, Alina. Welcome and congratulations with the victory after
Thank you.
bouncing back. And I think you feel very motivated for this Moscow Superfinal, trying to show your best in the capital.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think like everyone, I'm just happy to be able to play normal chess, first of all. Then today I'm also happy to finally win a game in the offline tournament in like a lot of months. So yeah, of course I worked a lot during this time, and I'm just trying to play as well as I can.
Yeah, so I just had a question. When was your last time when you played over the board chess? Have you played it this year, or it was?
Yeah, I managed to play this year in Grand Prix in Lausanne in March. That was my last tournament, and after that only online chess.
So it means it was almost 9 months of hard preparation for the Moscow Superfinal.
Let's put it like this.
Okay, and we also had some doubts if the Superfinal will take place in Moscow because of current circumstances. Okay, once again, congratulations, and please. So, your game against Tatiana Getman today, I saw it was like more or less reminding us some Queen's Gambit lines, but this awkward placement of knight on e2 and pawn on f3. So it was it wasn't transposition because it's completely different position because it's Nimzo-Indian. So bishop e6, just tell me where I should stop. And
yeah, I can say a bit about the opening. I didn't expect f3 because I mean Nimzo with f3 she never played it as far as I remember, and I had some ideas, so I just decided to play d5, a3, bishop d6. After which e4 of course is the main line, but I will not reveal my ideas.
Next time.
Interested can analyze. But after bishop d6, c5, I only remember that this move is quite good for white, but I couldn't remember how I should react on it. Of course, bishop b7 is the only move. So, but after bishop g5, I don't remember anything from my prep, so I decided to play just some simple, normal moves.
Yeah, h6 looks absolutely human.
Bishop h4, castle, e3. I actually couldn't see what else I could do after maybe bishop d3, if we go b6, b4, a5, bishop d3. It's like a Queen's Gambit declined, but with her bishop on h4 and pawn on f3 instead of bishop on f4 and knight on f3, yeah?
Yeah, so as far as we admitted with Pavel that usually white tries to eliminate the pair of pawns and try to break through e3, e4, but this is not this type of position.
Yes, after e4, somewhere, of course not here. I mean, I would probably have like, I don't know, bc, bc, de, fe, and d5 or something like this.
So this setup looks more or less awkward for white. So
yeah, I actually was trying to find here something more concrete, maybe with AB, rook a1, queen a1, knight c6, but I think it doesn't work, just queen a4. And
queen e1 and how?
Knight c6, yeah, I just wanted, you know, to play fast somewhere here, like e5, maybe next move or something like that, but queen a4 and I don't have anything.
Probably, now white is solidified and some problems with the development.
Yeah, so I decided to play just normal moves. Of course, I mean, I don't think black could be better in this type of positions anywhere. It's just around equal, I think. Maybe not the dream position to get for play, but castle, knight d7. Yes, and here I think f4 was kind of mistake. What to do is another question. Maybe just to take on a6, queen d3. I don't know, something like this.
So you would rather play queen a8 or b5 after, let's say, for example, if white captures on a6, rook takes, queen d3.
I was not sure about queen a8 because there might be b5. I'm not sure if.
Let's say b5, c takes c6.
Maybe knight b5 also, but then rook c8. Maybe it doesn't work for white.
Okay, so let's say if c takes b5.
Knight b5.
Knight b5.
Yes, knight c7 is threatening, so probably rook c8.
But maybe we're both mistaken, or. No, yeah, you're right. Knight b5, rook c8 has to be played.
Yes, and
what's going on? Yeah, rook c8. Yes, and it seems that black is more than fine. Well, at least they're not worse.
Yeah, but white is not forced to play b5.
Yeah, for sure.
And queen a.
So, but you're threading 8x before, trying to create some troubles for white on the a file.
Okay, maybe I'll agree that bishop a6 is not the best move. I don't know, white should wait somehow, but how, I don't know.
Yeah, because this e3, e4, as we figure out, is not clearly in white's favor. So let's say...
if to play e4, then definitely after bishop a6, because if you play e4 here, I would have bishop d3, queen d3, and bc. bc and your queen would be hanging de and knight
That's
c5.
right.
Yes. So
I'll
if
just
you want to
show it to the spectators. Bishop takes d3, and just a cute tactics. Yeah, we take on e4 first, or we take on c5, or it doesn't matter. No, we take on e4. Okay, anyway, the idea is following.
Yes.
D takes, F takes, B takes, and white is forced to take with D pawn, spoiling the central squares. In case of B takes C5, then knight C5, the pawn is pinned, and black is pawn up. So that was the point, but your opponent played F4, as far as I can see and I remember, and you've got a very interesting tactical idea.
Yeah, after F4 I saw this idea with knight G4, and of course it's very natural. I think that, okay, if I'm correct, computer probably doesn't agree, but I thought that bishop F2 is the only move here, but I'm sure no one would play F4 with the idea knight G4, bishop F2.
No, but the point being that if you realize that you're blundering, it's better not to lose by force. So bishop f2 probably was needed. The point being that after f4, knight g4, you've got the... What was your idea?
My idea was just to take on e3, as you can see. So bishop e7, queen e7. If she would play queen d2 after... Yes.
Yeah, so we were puzzled what would be if queen d2, but there is...
Then there is bishop d3. Yes, there is nice geometry. Queen d3.
Yeah, queen takes the bishop.
a4, and here I would think to start with queen h4 or rook a1, but okay, let's...
Okay, queen h4 is more aesthetical.
h3, rook a1, rook a1, and queen f2. And it seems to be working.
Yeah, and probably it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the main tactical resource that helped you to reach the big advantage. So knight g4, bishop e7, queen takes, and then your opponent probably realized that queen d2 is not working. Took on a6, knight e3, queen c1, knight f1. Any other opportunities, or bishop b7 had to be played?
Well, I was calculating some other lines, but...
so let's say like bishop d3.
Then I just take on b4, and my knight escapes away at d2, yeah.
Yeah, so it escapes finally.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so capturing the rook, queen takes, knight d2, knight
d2,
e3.
knight e3,
yeah, knight d3 probably is a bit preferable. Okay, bishop b7, a takes b4. So now you're
maybe rook b8 also works here, but I didn't want to get the positions. For example, rook b8, bishop takes c6, and here, for example, b takes c5, with the idea after bc5 to take knight c5, but then b5 and I don't know.
Wow.
Whatever. cd4, knight d4, queen c5, knight c2, and...
Yeah, most likely black is winning, but at least some, well, unpleasant complications that you rather want to avoid.
Yeah, especially that I saw this line that happened in the game after a4, and I assumed I should be much better, close to winning, and I didn't want to...
Yeah, that's probably a smart practical decision. Bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop takes c6, knight d2. Well, finally your knight escaped.
It's quite forced line, I think.
Probably, your opponent had to take on d7. That's what she did. Queen takes, queen c3, knight e4. So the material is equal, but black is clearly better because white has a lot of weaknesses. Their king is, well, is under a big risk. Queen b4, pawn takes, rook c8, rook c1. I think
I was thinking
Alternative idea
A4.
was to take, yeah, I mean like instead of rook c1, yeah?
Yeah, a4, but then rook c5, her king is too weak. Rook c5, I don't know, a5 for example, then I can go queen a7. I don't believe she would have.
Yeah, like queen a7, queen d4, and queen a6.
And queen a6, yeah, that was the line I calculated.
Yeah, so that's convincing for sure.
So rook c1, here I could have played queen a7, but of course then knight d4 and transposing would be. Also, I didn't want to give knight b6. I actually calculated here a funny line, queen a7, queen b6, if she would play queen b6. Then I take on a3, c6, queen d3, with the idea that if knight g3, then queen d2, king f1, instead of knight g3, because I think that this is already losing. And here I wanted to play rook c6. I don't know if it's working, maybe I'm blundering something in one move, but that was what I calculated. Rook c6.
And queen e3.
Queen c6, queen e3, king e1, queen f2, king d1, queen f1. And
yeah, but we can now, after king d1, queen f1, we can stop the analysis because...
Yeah, but anyway, you know, this is a long line, and I didn't want to give her this c passed pawn because it will be always some counter chances, especially that after queen a7 she can also play knight d4, transposing to what happened in the game. So I didn't see why shall I give her this option.
Yeah. Okay, so you took on
c5. You mentioned that I could take knight c5, but I was not even considering this because I'm in the position let's say knight d4.
Yeah, maybe there is absolutely necessary.
Queen a7, I would be really scary because
yeah, you know, like the funny thing that after queen a7 you cannot play knight b5 because of knight d3 check.
Yeah, this I actually saw, but what shall I do next?
I'll just show it to spectators. Just a funny thing. Yes, so but well, obviously, like as a human beings, we don't want to be pinned.
Yeah.
Especially when we have an option to take with the rook. Partially, I mean, like in this, exactly in this position, rook c5 is much more preferable.
Here it's transposing to the knight's endgame, and as they say, knight's endgame is the same as the pawn endgame.
Yeah, so it wasn't that hard to evaluate. That's right, according to the patterns. Rook c5, queen a7, and I think you found probably the best plan.
I don't know if after king f2 I should have played f6, e5 immediately. I wanted somehow to...
Yeah, the point being that we've been analyzing f6 there,
yeah.
But then somehow we refused to do it because the knight c6, let's say, king f7, of course I think you have calculated during the game, king e8, king d4,
and
knight
then
a4.
f5.
Yeah, some f5 stuff.
Yeah, actually, going to this endgame, I thought it's completely winning, but when it happened, I was not so sure if it's winning. I mean, I thought that it's much more complicated than
Yeah, you just have to be precise. So king f2, and yeah, you played king f8. I think that was the best option.
Yeah, knight c6, king a8. I think she had a better chance. We can go further, yeah, how it happened. King e3, king d7. Yes, after f6.
Knight d7, yes, that was clever. Knight c6, king d6, knight d8, f6.
And here I thought that maybe she had an idea of knight f7,
knight
king
h8.
d7, knight h8.
Well,
and then f5 is threatening.
Wow.
Okay, I thought that, you know, for a chess player to put knight on h8 is not a dream, but on the other hand, f5 is threatening.
Yeah, so it's getting very concrete. So it means that, let's say, king e7, king h8, can you try to, I would say, trap the knight somehow? Let's say play g7, g5. Is it possible?
f5?
f5, and I was wondering you can simply take on f5. I don't know.
But you know, this a pawn is very tricky with the knight, so I was really scared about this.
Okay, let's just calculate,
okay,
just for fun.
I would probably have to play this because I couldn't see how I can save my pawns. Yeah, ef5, king d5.
Let's say king. So king f8, you have king e6, and it's still a little bit unclear. No, isn't it?
Well, after king f8, king e6, it might be already clear, no? I mean, that white is not risking, no?
Okay, we need to count the tempos, but probably white is even faster. Yeah, that's true. So,
Yeah.
okay, what we can do else? Knight e5, knight b6. Knight b6 looks more or less solid, by the way.
Yeah, knight b6 looks.
Knight b6, king c5.
Yeah, you will put knight on b2 probably, yes.
Okay, but you can try to scratch me playing king b4, king c3. Okay, it's unnecessary. But okay, if king f7, knight f7, king e7.
Yeah,
how this position
I
has
couldn't see
occurred.
how should I proceed there. So it might be the way.
Let's say knight, king c3. Still knight is trapped. Yeah, okay, maybe we can return a bit earlier. Knight f7.
I have
once
to
again.
play king e7, right? Because
e7.
after otherwise you play f5.
Yeah, if king c7, still f5.
Yeah.
King e7, king h8. Okay, g5 looks very tempting. Also, you have knight f8 with the same idea.
But then
f5.
f5, yeah, first.
But then f5, you have what? You have king d6 or e takes f5, right?
I actually was thinking about knight b6 after knight h8, like prophylactics against f5, but then king c5 you have probably.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm not sure if you are threatening to take the knight.
And then you can play g5 and try to... Can we? Let's say g5. It's very
C5.
funny. Yeah, the point being that if white takes on g5, we take with h-pawn, still the knight is trapped. Okay, I don't believe in h4.
Yeah,
That's funny.
probably it's winning, but still, I would have to find some nice ideas.
At least you need to calculate, let's say, h2, h4 there. Yeah, some very, very, very interesting position. I mean, it's interesting in terms of finding some study-like wins for black.
Yeah, and actually it shows that probably knights endgame are not the same as pawn.
I mean, they're not that easy as pawns because you have one additional piece which creates a lot of inconveniences in calculations.
And especially that here white has the a pawn, the worst.
It's always difficult to fight with the a and h pawn in the knight's endgames. Okay, well that was an option. I don't know. Should we proceed in analyzing it?
No.
Okay,
I think
we'll leave it for computer or just like creating some studies according to the game, connected with the position in the game.
Yeah,
Okay.
but what happened? I think it was much more easier because she played knight b7.
And when your knight retreated to, played king c7, knight e5, king b6, and after knight b3, knight b8, followed by knight c6, probably that was the end of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of intrigue.
Yes.
Okay, so Alina, congratulations, and hoping to see you back soon in the studio. Hoping to see more study-like wins. Okay, we as being commentators, we want some intrigue, we want some beauty of chess, and you being professionals playing in the most, I would say, probably the strongest event of the year, at least in Russian chess. You want to win every game as calmly as possible. So anyway, good luck in the upcoming rounds, and thanks for coming here.
Thank you very much.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки.
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру вы будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном. Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит. Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Thanks to Alina Kashinskaya for the interview. And we've got a couple of decisive results in the both sections. And Sergei Karyakin earning second point with black pieces in the tournament. So it means...
Becomes a sole leader, or...?
Becomes, I think, yes, becomes a sole leader because we've got 5 draws agreed,
Yeah,
and
so-
it means that nobody reaches Sergei. So that was the position after move 38. After king takes c2. And so, well, just the same as we've been predicting. Rook f1, b3, and rook f2 check was played by Nikita. King d3, knight d7. They lost trick, aiming to play knight b8, but Sergei haven't failed to blunder it. Played rook a8. The point being that despite the fact that c5 pawn is hanging, black may simply retreat with the king on c4, taking this a7 pawn, and b3, b5 pawns are unstoppable.
Yeah.
Congrats, Sergei, for the victory.
Very good strat.
Yeah, becomes a sole leader, and so I don't remember Sergei played even a single tournament this year. So probably this is the tournament, Russian Superfinal, which take place. I'll just remind you. Just imagine December 2020, the first tournament for Sergei Karyakin over the board. If I haven't forgot some other event, maybe there were some blitz tournaments.
No, the classical should be the first one. Maybe he did. Did he play the total still? No, not this year. No?
Well, at least 10 or 11 months. So deserves a full credit for sure. And Polina Shuvalova being a sole leader and winning her third game in a row against Alexander Kostyanyuk today. So f5 was play as far as we
predicted, yeah.
Kind of predicted this move, and I think we've summed up that it looks interesting, but no guarantee it can be good. Queen e5, knight g5, just the same. Queen g4, h5.
We're considering bishop c6 here, yeah, but
I think yes.
Maybe
Queen g4, bishop c6 was an idea, and
we calculated bishop g5, bishop g5.
Yeah, bishop g5 and bishop g5.
F4,
and
yeah.
Still the position remains
but
unclear.
Here f4, because we were thinking only about bishop takes c6, yeah. But f4 is stronger because bishop e7 is not possible.
And bishop e7 is not possible because of queen e6 check, and it means that after f4, black has to take on g2.
Oh, bishop d8 is also possible, but
yeah, but it's kind of passive, but still playable. So okay, bishop g2 looks a bit more logical. Maybe rook takes.
No, maybe f takes g5 also.
F takes g5, bishop f3. We take on d4.
Bishop f3 is possible. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but it's still very complicated.
Yeah, rook is hanging.
Queen d4, and probably even queen h5. I don't know. Looks too optimistic, but I can see the refutation. By the way. Maybe some knight f4, but it has to be calculated. Anyway, queen g5, still some counterplay. But somehow Alexander failed to find the sufficient counterplay. Knight g5, queen g4, h5, bishop g5 first was played. H5 was played instead of bishop c6. Probably was a better chance. Bishop d5, king h8, and now. The position of black king looks a bit spoiled because his h5 pawn is somewhere hanging.
Yeah, there's
like king h3, king g2, and then rook can join the attack, creating very venomous threats. King g2.
Well, maybe the position is not that clear at this point, but it's very hard to play with black.
Of course,
very
they are under attack. The rook is completely misplaced. Bishop h6. Queen d7. Okay, but there I think king h3, bishop f8, knight f4.
Yeah, it looks.
Yeah, for no doubts, this position is lost.
Bad, yeah.
Is lost. Just white is crushing. So Shuvalova scoring third point in a row in such a strong event.
Yeah,
proving she's one of the most promising young talents in the women's chess. And 2 more games to go. Garifulina against Gerachkina. We predicted that white is winning. And
yeah, but somehow the young player just missed her opportunity, I think. And this position, at some point, I think she was winning, just several moves ago.
You mean there after king f8, or?
No, even earlier. In that position that we...
So after g3.
After g3, yes, check was played, I guess. Yes, rook d1, right?
Rook d1 instead of check, right?
No, rook d1 or...
After check. I think it's more or less the same.
Yeah, rook d1 is good enough, I think. And here I thought that maybe queen g5, king h7. And what about rook f1 here?
Attacking the pawn. What is the point, by the way?
So bishop d6 seems to be the... Oh, okay, maybe black can just give up the pawn, yeah? Because bishop d6, queen d5 was my idea.
Mm-hmm. Can we try the same mechanism?
No, just take. Just take and king will go out. Rook c1, I said, just take. Rook c1.
Take, let's say bishop e5. Okay, it should be lost, but...
Rook c1, yes, and king g1. I mean, this is...
Are we...
King g1 anyway. Or after e5, maybe even rook c6 first, and then king g1.
Are we in time? Rook c6.
Then maybe I can just pick up the pawn on a7.
Yeah, seemingly white should be in time to do everything they want.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that was an option, but I think still the position has to be winning. Queen g5, this is the current position on the board.
Winning, yeah, you think?
So probably one of the easiest plans is just to try to push this h-pawn. I can't see the refutation.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say even, okay, queen g5, what black should do there? They cannot take a6 pawn because of rook b8 was the mate in 1 after queen c8. Just take the queen and mate. And after queen g5, what else black can do there? So they are kind of in zugzwang. Because like f7, f6, you barely want to play. Because of maybe thousands of reasons.
Queen g4, for example.
Queen g4, queen g6, whatever. Just okay. So this position is
sort of zugzwang, yeah.
Yeah, this position is seemingly very close to be solved. This game.
King e8 is a bit scary, yeah. No, yeah, you're right. Probably h4, h5 at some point.
Yeah, so we need to use this this extra pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Even if queen plus rook is enough to win the game, we need to use this additional h pawn. I mean, just so bishop b6 is played instead of f6 or king e8.
C1.
Yeah, let's say rook c1 is possible, creating the same threat. Let's say rook c1. How black can protect? Bishop c7, I don't know.
Yeah, but...
Well, looks very bad. And then h4, h5, and...
I think at some point f3 should be considered, right?
Yeah, that's probably the only threat, and so we can
then maybe,
accurately play queen f5.
Yeah, queen f5, maybe.
Queen f5, let's say bishop b6 back, and then rook c8 seemingly. Invading.
I don't know, then maybe queen g4, yeah? Maybe queen g4, just preventing the king to go back to g7.
Queen g4. Well, I mean, in this game, Garifulina proved that she calculates quite properly and she understands chess. And, well, maybe it's just better to follow her and wait for her to show everybody what is the best continuation in this position.
Rook c1 is played, by the way.
So she plays just very, very good, despite being very young. I think she's like 15 or 16. I don't know
really,
what is her age, but she shows really strong chess. Rook c1, bishop d8, by the way, has been played. And, well, once again, just to remind you, queen c5 looks very, very tempting, but the point being that after taking on c5, rook c5, bishop b6, for all of a sudden, white is not winning. Because rook f5, bishop e3, and white is stalemated.
But here maybe rook g5, yes, on this position, right, and then the king is cut. So maybe
the king is cut it off.
Still has some but I'm not sure. No, anyway, I mean, white is not obliged to play
Absolutely.
queen c5.
Yeah, so this is not that accurate, even if it's winning. Okay, waiting for Garifulina to convert her huge advantage. Moving to Galyamova against Grigorieva. And what's going on? Black is simply much better, probably winning. I think winning.
Just winning, yes. Just winning, I think.
And what has happened in this game? I think we stopped following it. We stopped following it.
This moment, yeah.
Yeah, Bishop b5 check. I think was considered. Knight takes, H takes b5 now. For all of a sudden, black pawns started to tighten. White's forces, knight h2, queen e7, knight hf1, a6. Yeah, with the same ideas, playing c6, c5, activating this. Bishop on b7, a4, b4, by the way, was played. But this a4, b4 inclusion, I mean, it should be in favor of black because, like we're activating our another bishop, knight b3, a5 against knight a5, which is quite clever. C takes, A takes, A5, bishop A6, and maybe we just can evaluate this position. Black is just doing good. Bishop D3, bishop takes, queen takes C5. Yeah, so knight of F1 is placed a bit awkwardly. And it makes white being lack of development. D takes C5, D takes C5, queen E2. Protecting the pawn. Castle, knight e3, trying to make a blockade on c4, knight e5. f4 and c4, very strong move.
No, otherwise with
otherwise knight c4 and white will be better. Or at least not worse. At least they will receive what they were dreaming about after the opening. Knight c4, knight takes, queen takes, bishop b2, rook a2, bishop check. And once again, the difference in kings. And despite having a pawn on g5, the black's king looks much more safer. King f2, queen f6, everything is protected. e5 cannot be good because of bishop e5 at least. Queen e2, rook fd8, and e5 is finally played. Queen g6, so black has even a better pawn structure because white's pawn are fixed, and with this bishop on c3, black should be good. a6, g takes, rook g3, rook h3. Queen g3 was hanging, rook takes, g takes, queen b1. So still like the position looks not that clear, but it as it been proved in the game, it's easier to play with black.
Yeah.
And it can go to h7 or to e7, whatever they want. While white's king's position is absolutely spoiled. So that's why after queen b1,
no, but by the way, after
Alisa decided just to trade the queens.
But maybe black could have just played with the queen on the board.
Yeah, because
queen h1, for example.
But the point being that you couldn't really protect the knight.
Yeah.
Because if knight a5, probably there is b3. If knight c5, bishop d4.
Or once again,
rook a6
or
also.
whatever.
Rook a6 is good.
And rook a6, yes, exactly.
So plenty of options, and that's why.
But even after queen c2, I think that
we could have saved queens.
Queen h1, I mean, is more than considerable option, yeah. But
Right.
Maybe not needed because a7, for example, and a7, rook a7.
Yeah. Maybe queen h1 was even clever because if king g3, we can try king h8 probably.
Yeah.
Looks very scary. Sorry, king e1, at least bishop. King g3, bishop e1.
King g4, but king h8, and
it should be winning.
Should be over. Should be over.
So there is a cute mate. King g4, h5. Okay,
nice.
king g5. You have king g5 still, but
no, but
seemingly
queen.
Yeah, queen somewhere. You know, like cute distraction. Rook a6. Rook a6, and then queen g1 because we distracted from g2 square, and then queen. Sorry, it's not a mate. I figured out it's not the mate because king h5, g6 square is protected. Yeah, that's after 4 hours of working, I finally have gone crazy. Yeah, king g4, just let's try to calculate.
King h8 should be good enough.
Yeah, king h8 for sure. Yeah, but queen c2 is also good practical decision. It should be winning. It's quite hard to defend this position.
Technical position. Rook c7. That's a very nice move, actually. Just
bishop e5.
Taking control over c file, I think.
Yeah. Rook g2, king f8, rook g1, bishop d4, rook d1, rook c3. Yeah, the point being that king e4 is a suicide because bishop retreats. I don't know even where.
And mate is threading, yeah.
Yeah, mate is threading, forcing white to play knight d3, but white is absolutely stalemated. So let's say bishop b6, knight d3.
Maybe b3.
b3, and white can do absolutely nothing there.
Yeah, at some point.
And I think our king is heading towards this. Heading towards h pawn, or on the queen side, we have plenty of options.
Yeah, to wherever he wishes.
So this is the current position. The situation is very tough for Alisa Galamova. Yeah, let's say king g4, but well, probably finally we reached the point where still 2 games left in the women's section, but we have nothing to tell you about because probably, well, it's not probably, mathematically both positions are lost for Galamova and Garechkina respectively.
Garechkina, I'm not that sure about Garechkina.
Okay, I think it's still lost, but she can make a draw. But mathematically, it should be lost 100%. I don't believe it can hold. It can be holdable. Just push the h pawn. I don't see the refutation. h4, h5, h6 should be winning absolutely. And as far as we mentioned in the beginning of our broadcast, maybe it's time to talk about the topic that you wanted to expand on.
I don't know which topic would be interesting for our spectators.
Yeah, so the internet tournaments, how FIDE regulates the internet tournaments, what is going to be made up there?
Yes, that's I could develop a little bit. I've been involved for so much in drafting regulations for online events. Basically all FIDE events for drafted by my commission, or mainly by myself, with the of course involvement of some other experts, but mainly by our commission. Challenging task at the very beginning, so didn't have any experience. Starting another case events very short term, so didn't have much to think about. Well, I think that the most of these events went very, or maybe all of them went quite smoothly from technical part. Well, of course, we remember some connection issues.
Yeah, that's probably something that we can't really avoid. Using internet and well, but doesn't it mean that the whole concept of online tournaments is not that great because it has very obvious drawbacks. It has well, it's not risks, but it's I think you may agree that it's drawbacks because like with this kind of as far as we know, disconnections, some can accuse to the consequences that we don't really want to receive.
So we have two major issues. focused mainly on fair play stuff. Unfortunately, we've got some disconnections issues as well. But now we've been working on another format, which is called the hybrid.
Yes. So obviously online tournaments is a very useful thing for chess amateurs and for people who are very excited by playing chess in internet. And for example, after a hard day on the for example in the job, you're just coming back home. You don't want to watch TV. You don't want to use computer and search for some rubbish information, because it's not that easy for us to know which information we really need to know, and where is the truth and where is the lie. And we just use the other kind of entertainment. For example, playing, I would say, PlayStation 4. That's what I sometimes do. Playing online chess, internet chess, using, let's say, Lichess, Chess.com, whatever, ICC, whatever you like. And online chess solved this kind of problem, that you have a very nice way to entertain yourself. And for example, you don't need to play against like AI. You can play with real people. But the point being that with this kind of drawbacks, with issues on the online Olympiad, I can't fully agree with the position that you can make big money prizes, big prize funds in the online tournaments just because of these very, very few things.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. I see your point, of course, and everybody within FIDE is concerned about these issues. It's very, very discussable. Yeah, if you can organize the important event in online format. That's why actually recently we've got another idea to develop the regulations for so-called hybrid format, when actually you play online but under the direct arbiter supervision, which changed a lot, of course.
It seems more reasonable.
Yeah,
reasonable.
Yeah, you need some special regulations, some special provisions in order to put in place this format, of course. So that's why we worked on the regulations. The idea is that in this case, so fair play issues can successfully, in our opinion, be resolved by the presenting arbiters.
Agree.
Yeah, and also players, if they play from a club or federation, from any official playing venue designated by the organizer, then they should not be responsible for the connection either. So, and the connection issue is not that important as in, let's say, what we call now traditional online tournaments, okay, or I mean poorly online tournaments, because even if you got disconnected, you still remain under direct supervision. And so if it takes some minutes or even half an hour to...
Yes, so just the arbiters try to fix it.
Yeah, yeah, and you're still under supervision, which is important. So there should not be a big issue about it. And I think that some official competitions will be organized with this format in the nearest future.
For example?
Some zonal tournaments want to try this format, and okay, let's see what.
So will it be
all about.
A preliminary to the World Cup, or?
Yeah, that should be the
so let's say
official qualification events. Yes, so it is quite serious stuff. So.
But the other part of the players, for example, usually in the normal circumstances we have European individual every year and 22 and 23 top players from the first and second year respectively receive the right to play in the World Cup, and this is the problem that has to be solved. Or changing the format of World Cup, adding or decreasing the number of players, and it also has to be solved somehow, because for example the professionals with elo like 2640, 2650, who are kind of regulars in the World Cups, they have some risk not being qualified, so it means they will not earn the money that they used to earn on the regular basis. And but of course, so this is a problem, and the factor that accuses this problem is the pandemic, and well, the pandemic, and so we can point out like two main problems: cheating and like unfair play, and I would say organizing a tournament during COVID, or during, I hope we'll not have, at least in the upcoming decade, another pandemic.
Yeah.
But COVID changed our lives quite sharply, and now
unexpectedly.
Yeah, quite unexpectedly. And this is the problem that we have to solve, because, for example, the measures that has been made, for example, I played a tournament in Italy, I can tell about it. We've been playing with masks and with visors on our heads, and it was just awful. But according to Italian protocol, which I can't really understand, and I would say I have some complaints against it, because I think the protocol was written by the person who never played chess or never tried to play chess wearing a mask and wearing this visor. So we have to decrease and minimize the risk of being infected during the tournaments, and provide the all conditions for the players to let them just make them feel like they're playing just normal tournament, and just forget about this pandemic at least for 5 hours during the game.
Yeah, that is not that simple task actually, because
for sure.
Yeah, but somehow moving forward these solutions. Well, and let's hope that this pandemic will finish one day, yeah? Or I mean, at least
vaccine will be produced, and we can make an injection. Okay, so now it's time to come back to real chess. And you know what? Like, I was trying to convince you that white is winning with the plan that actually Garifulina
tries to
implemented in the game. And after queen e5, h5, well, I don't know if h5 was premature, but after queen f6, I faced some real... I found myself struggling against this simple plan of defense.
Well, by the way, it was played bishop d8, but what was wrong with king e7?
Nothing, I think. I don't know. Also king e7 was
but
fine.
bishop d8 is good enough, yes?
Okay, maybe she didn't like queen e2, but the point being that bishop b3 and now white, aren't they just losing?
Probably, yeah.
Because queen h4 and queen e1 are very poisonous threats. Rook c1 is played, so once the position has been repeated, so bishop b6 will come instantly, I think. Okay, Garifulina is much better on time, but the position is not that juicy. We cannot see a lot of ideas there. Just pure calculations, accuracy, technique.
But what about rook f1?
Bishop f1, bishop f2, or bishop e3, then there is queen g3 trap.
Yes, so bishop f2.
But even if... so bishop c7 isn't that good, right? Queen g3
still queen g3.
Okay, bishop...
But then I don't know if after queen g3, f take g3, white is winning. I'm not sure.
Neither me. I think it's
maybe still draw.
Yeah, I think we can also give up this f7 pawn.
Yes,
and just put the bishop on f2.
Yeah.
And no way. Wow, f3. What was going on?
Oh.
No, I think it's something because.
Why? Maybe white is now in danger.
What's the point? Well, fantastic. That's fantastic.
But maybe
that's
not
fantastic.
really in danger. But what about queen take g3?
Could
F2?
it be blundered?
F2?
Could it be blundered?
No, f2 still. Maybe, but looks strange, yeah?
At least.
This.
By the way, why not take... Can we take and then king h2, right? King h2.
King h2. King h2, yes.
Yeah, king h2. Because otherwise, if queen takes, there is queen h4, such an unpleasant check. If king takes, queen b2. But f3 is a very nice attempt, but we don't know. At least we try to understand what was wrong with simple.
So no, maybe nothing. But he didn't want to defend passively with the remaining time. Yeah, and g takes f3 is losing. Yeah.
G takes f3.
Queen
b2.
Yeah.
Probably yes.
Yeah, and there is no checks. And
so maybe not losing, but no. But yeah, rook is hanging with a check, and most likely losing, black will convert. So queen takes g3 has to... Might be the move. Maybe queen h6, is it possible, by the way? For all of a sudden.
Maybe rook c5 at least.
Rook c5. So with bishop b6, we have queen b8, leading to some very strange complications.
Also queen g5 now is possible, eh?
And also queen g5, yes, it's possible. Such a strange position. f3, it would be sad for Alexandra to know that she could have defended passively and f3 is losing.
Yeah, but what about rook f1?
Okay, in a human point of view, I think even f2 gives back. Just
okay, queen takes.
Crazy drawing chances.
King will go to g2, I don't know.
But I don't know if you really managed to do it, because like, well, let's say I play bishop b6.
Bishop b6, queen g4 probably first.
Okay, I'll probably not trade the queens. I'll try to take this a6 pawn, I like it.
Now probably you cannot trade the queens, yeah? Probably not.
Yeah, I will not do it anyway. Let's say queen c3. Okay, queen c3, h6. Do I need it?
I'm not even sure about h6. Maybe I will start with g3. Anyway, g3 is my intention.
Okay, maybe I'll play queen c6.
King h2. You need to attack my rook urgently, yeah? No, here you are on time, yes, probably.
Yeah, at least f3 is a very brave attempt. But rook f1 is played, by the way.
Already, yeah? So f2 should be...
What about f takes g2, by the way? King takes check on b2. King takes g3. Probably the only move. Okay, I don't believe in king f3.
Yes, and then check, yeah. Bishop c7 check, yeah?
Bishop c7 check, then king f3, and so on. But it shouldn't be bad for black. At least we have some very attractive checks. Okay, but then king may retreat on g2.
Yeah.
So probably that is a point. So rook f1 maybe the best practical chance.
But I don't understand why queen takes g3 was worse. What was wrong with queen takes g3? And okay, maybe she did not see king h2 after f takes g2.
Maybe yes, and also maybe queen h6 she didn't like, and rook c5 white's position looks
shaky, yeah?
looks shaky, but probably winning. So she solidified. Galamova against Grigorieva. So for some reason, Grigorieva decided to retreat with the rook on c8.
Maybe she was obliged. Maybe what happened actually?
I don't think so. Okay, maybe she wants to put it on b8, like just behind the pawn, following all the patterns.
She didn't.
Okay, still the position looks rather winning than drawish.
Yeah, no, just very promising. King will go to f5 and then should be over. Yeah.
So rook c8. What can we suggest there for white? Because rook b8, b3 is a plan. I don't know how white can really protest against it. Okay, f5 breakthrough is a miracle. Okay, let's say f5, but, well, just pointless. We just take the pawn. No idea. King f4. Rook c3 back.
Just one more passed pawn.
Yeah, just one more pawn.
Well, another game is much more thrilling.
Yeah, I mean, Garifulina against Garechkina. Or which one?
Yeah,
Garifulina.
But anyway, we have only two.
So this is a position on the board, by the way, queen g4.
Queen g4, yeah. So, and your suggestion was queen
c6, just to, try to hold the king.
Bishop d4, allowing g3, but a6 is hanging, yeah?
Ah, well, bishop d4 is also good. It's also good, and still white can play g3.
But g3 should be played. I think this position is also tough. King will go, then rook will be released.
No, but the point being that with this pawn and f2, white is always chained to protect the f file. I mean, like now we can try to trade the queens. Let's say.
Yeah, maybe it's still draw. Yes, right. Okay.
If you trade the queens, we take bishop b6 or king g7 first. It should be drawish.
Should be. Okay, let's check it. King, I don't know where. E2, G2.
Okay, G2. Okay, I'll try.
No, rook goes somewhere. Rook d1. But maybe it's not draw. Rook d1.
Some Zugzwangs or
no? Okay, just rook d5. Maybe just winning. G4, rook f5, and so on. G4.
Let's say G4. Okay, I'll play bishop e3. Like how you will progress?
Rook goes somewhere. Rook
f5.
No, rook f5, then king g7.
The king f1, king e2.
Well, my idea was rook d7, for example. Maybe I don't know, rook d8 if I need to play rook d8.
Maybe there.
Okay, then rook g7.
Rook g7, king h4, rook g6 is a point. Okay, I've got it. Rook d7. Okay, let's see. Can I play f5 there?
Check.
Yeah, check, and probably white is winning. So it's still not that easy, and probably we cannot trade the queens.
So we have this position on the board. So and Alexandra needs to decide if she
has less than a minute.
She exchanged the queens.
Such a strong game by Garifulina, by the way.
Yes, very impressive.
So playing like a very strong master
until the very end. So never satisfied with draw against one of the best world players.
Yeah, and I mean that she played queen f3 instantly. So I don't know why. What was the reason to play queen f3 instantly? Like the first idea is that she was bluffing. The second idea is that she calculated and evaluated this endgame as.
But now she starts thinking about rook takes About king takes f3. Okay.
Okay, not for a long time.
And maybe f5 was some...
There.
No, then king f4, yeah.
King f4, a5. It's still not that easy. I think f5 was an option. I mean, just to distract the pawns, because otherwise g4. So once again, maybe it was a critical moment, by the way.
King f4 still. f5, king
f5,
takes,
king f4.
f4.
Just a sec. f5, king f4, a5.
Takes.
Are you in time?
King e4.
But then, so no, it comes with a check. That is the point.
No, but bishop c5 maybe still, but then...
Bishop c5, I think you can even play.
King d5, yes, okay. Bishop b6 maybe, bishop b6, but then... Maybe both king d3 and king f3 also.
Yeah, sorry. So king e4, once again, bishop b6, king...
d3, let's say. a3.
King d3 is somewhat I don't really like. You mean like you play king d3?
I will choose later, yeah. And now, if king e2, then bishop d4.
But the point being that if king c2, then I play just...
No, rook a1 now, sorry, rook a1.
Rook a1, let's say... so that's the point. That's
still tricky. Is it winning? I don't know. Maybe rook b1. Rook b1,
but no threat.
No, but the threat is king e2, and I want to bring my rook
behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook b1 probably. Well, such a complicated endgame even with that low material. So once again, rook d1 is played there. Alexander decided not to play f5.
Yeah, they're still following our analysis, right? Bishop b6, or rook d5, both actually. It doesn't change a lot. So both moves.
Maybe g4.
G4, yeah.
Because like a5 is not possible.
x6 will be played anyway, I think.
Yeah, otherwise if f5, rook d6, as we pointed out.
Okay, rook d6 is a threat, yes? More or less.
Yeah.
f6. Here, it's time to show endgame techniques.
So what do we do?
Rook d5.
Rook d5 first.
Okay, bishop e3, I guess, or
one of the fewest moves in the position, yeah. Okay, king g7, let's say. What do you want?
Yes, I don't know. This is the point. Okay, but maybe it's all about Zugzwang now. So rook d7.
King g8.
King g8?
Yeah, I finally realized that...
King g8.
My idea was just to put the king on g8, so your king is kind of chained to protect this f2 pawn for not being promoted.
But now what about h6, h7?
Let's say h6, I play bishop e3 still.
Okay, h7.
King h8.
Rook f7.
Bishop b6.
Bishop b6, yes.
Yeah.
And what about g5? No,
but what is the idea?
It will not work. Maybe it will.
So probably, yeah, we shouldn't go towards the g4 pawn because we give white an additional idea to create a pass pawn on h file. So just I think we should protect this position passively.
Okay.
So once again, h6.
Leia will bring her king on e2. Yeah, but it doesn't.
Then bishop
really,
e3. I have the same idea.
Anyway, yeah.
So let's say h6 can be a bit premature. Bishop e3, h7, king h8.
Rook f7.
Rook f7, bishop retreats.
Okay, g5. Pawn takes.
No, but then I'm in time to play bishop d4, bishop g7. At least.
Oh no, you're even in time to play
a5, a4.
Rook, no, bishop e3, bishop f4.
Yeah, for example, or
yeah.
f1. Yeah,
so
or f1.
It doesn't work. Yeah.
So probably the position is just
f1, of course, yes.
Just drawish
maybe
all of a sudden.
drawish,
But the point being that I remember my game against David Navarre in Gibraltar this year, and we've got drawish position. But the point being that the only draw that he could have made, that he had to defend passively. Sometimes you just...
No, but it's no. Of course, Leia is showing us the right way to proceed, so...
King d2, bishop b6.
And rook f5 and...
okay, for example.
What to do?
So then king goes towards the f6 square. Okay, for example, a5 is a bit premature, so I have to wait for a king to come to... but it still doesn't... It doesn't work. Wow.
No, but I think it should be winning now.
Wow, that's great.
But how exactly? Just a second.
Okay, I'll say king d3.
King d3, yes.
King d3, bishop b6, king c4.
Okay, bishop e3.
Yeah, bishop e3. Oops, what's going on?
No, maybe king e4.
Okay, king e4. So it's like a small Zugzwang over there. So no, bishop c5 we have.
Bishop c5 here, king d5.
We have bishop e3, let's say.
Yes, king e6.
And we have bishop d4.
And bishop d4, yeah, and rook f4, yeah?
Rook f4, a5.
Rook f4, yeah.
Maybe winning.
No threat, yeah?
So it also can be risky. Like if you put your king on a6, make one inaccurate move, then a5, a4 can
No,
win.
then I need to put my rook on f3 and go with my king to f5.
Okay, let's say rook f3 there, right?
No, maybe earlier.
Earlier
with the king on e4.
Okay,
but king
e4.
c4 is played already. But anyway, so let's analyze this position. So rook f3. But we should be careful about a5 as well, you're right.
Even there?
Even there.
Yeah, so a5 looks... On the first side, it looks just good. Okay, maybe not winning, but holding a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So black has a counterplay because of their a pawn. So this position, yeah, it seems to be holdable. And for example, once again, if you gave the checks on the 7th rank, I play king g8. So once again...
Maybe after a5, we should consider coming back with the king to e2. Okay, let's check it. For example, at what position you play a4?
Rook f3, e5.
Rook a3, a5, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then maybe...
I'm not sure if you're in time.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not, but let's check it.
King d3.
a4, yeah? Then a4. a4, yeah. King g2, a3.
Winning?
Oh, I don't know, rook f4 still? Not sure about winning.
But holding.
But should be holdable, yes.
But you know, like you kind of provoked me, and then you have like rook...
rook c4 is a threat, yeah? But maybe you can play something like king h6 now.
So yeah, once again, rook f3. You do really want to play king f3, but the point being that I can, for example, play bishop b6.
Mm-hmm.
If you play king f5, I play bishop e3. Okay, I have a lot of moves, by the way. I'm not sure you're really threatening to play h6.
h6 anyway, yeah.
Okay.
After bishop is3, I will play h6 anyway, but it's a draw, yeah?
I don't know what to suggest. Okay, a5, h6. For example, I take, you take on f6.
Mm-hmm.
I make a check because mate is hanging.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say bishop d4.
Yeah, king f5.
Well, it should be holdable.
It should be holdable, yeah, because I don't see how I will proceed. So a4 simply.
Or the other option is to play king f7, king g5. Yeah.
Yes, probably it is holdable. Probably it is holdable.
Bishop e3 is played, by the way. Yeah, great fighting spirit for Garifulin anyway. Probably she was a bit inaccurate before, but still trying to find a chance. And what's going on in Galamov against Grigorieva? Funny, but f5 was played. Yeah, but it's not a desperate attempt. It means that White doesn't have any other chance to mud the waters. f5, e5, e takes f5, king takes, rook h3, knight f4, rook f3. Threatening nothing but h4.
Oh, but
probably.
what about king e4?
King e4. So knight pawn on h5 is hanging. And it seems that white has reached something.
Definitely.
In terms of defending this very, very unpleasant position. So let's say rook b3. Check. King g6 or king h6. Let's say king h6. Knight f4. Rook b1. So the point being that probably you're not in time to play rook b7 because of b3, but still b3, knight d3.
King e5 maybe.
King f5.
King f5?
I mean there?
Yes.
Yeah, also rook b7 is making draw.
Probably.
So, but where was the moment where Grigori was spoiled her critical advantage? Rook a1, rook c3, rook a8, king g7, king e4, rook c2. Okay. I mean, it was a bit strange because first she played rook c8, but then after rook b1 she decided to come back to her previous plan, playing rook c4. So what was wrong with rook b8, by the way? With a very clear plan to...
No, white would keep...
king on e4, but then I played b3 and...
No, but rook b3, yes, probably.
Okay, so rook b3 first.
And then, yes, no, I agree. And
I
goes to g6.
Probably I've got the idea. Let's say rook b3.
Yeah.
Can I... Okay, first I play king g7. King g7, king g6, that's what I have to do anyway. You play, let's say, king e4, king g6.
And then
first,
rook f8. Oh, sorry, rook c8.
Rook c8 or rook a8. It's optional, I think.
Rook c8 also is ready.
And that's also a small zugzwang for white.
Yeah, so white should not play rook b3 then. So maybe she needs...
I don't know what was wrong with rook b8 because she was planning to do it. Otherwise, if not rook b3, what we can do? Okay, knight c1 is not the move you really want to make.
No, it's just king e4.
And
allowing b3, but then maybe... Yeah, but that should be lost, yeah. That should be lost.
Yeah, because
of... still, okay, let's try to wait, just to wait, okay.
Yeah, but how? b3 is a threat?
No, after b3 we still wait. I mean, king e4, b3, king f3, let's say.
Okay, bishop a3.
Yeah.
So my idea is quite clear. I want to play b2 and then rook c8.
And rook c8, yes. Okay, yeah. Seems good enough. Right.
But
the game is over, by the way. It is draw, yeah? It is draw.
Draw agreed in...
yeah, Galamov...
Galamov against Grigorieva.
Grigorieva, yeah.
Yeah, so... A bit disappointing for Grigorieva. She was dominating during the whole game, and Galamov was happy not to lose this game. Well, and we've got the last remaining game.
Yeah, and so here my question is, so what happens? There is no zugzwang at all, yeah?
So we figured out that there is no zugzwang. Black shouldn't hurry with a7, a5. We should just wait. I mean, we as the side who is kind of surviving. So
okay,
let's
another
try
idea. What if white put her rook on h1.
And then?
And then try to bring her king to f5. Okay, for example, rook d1.
Okay.
Yeah, and another question is what about rook d7 here? It doesn't.
I want to play
rook d7, king h6,
or king g8
king g8 as well. Yes. Okay, let's put rook on h1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bishop b6, let's say, yeah. Okay, king f3.
Bishop b6 or, yeah, okay, bishop b6,
whatever.
king f3.
Yeah, king f3.
Bishop c5, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Oh, king e4.
King e4, and I need to create the counterplay. But, well, I don't know exactly how, but it feels that not even a5, but maybe bishop b6.
Why counterplay? I cannot see actually my threat.
No, but I saw that you're going to put the king on f5 and play h6.
What? Okay, bishop d4.
Okay,
h6,
so for example,
king h7,
king e4, bishop b6, king f5, bishop d4.
Bishop d4, right?
Some Zugzwang, no, it's not possible. Well, yeah, seemingly white has lack of ideas. Yeah, so there is no need to protect against
so
the invisible ideas. Yeah, it means.
No, okay. What about the last attempt is? But I cannot believe it. No, I cannot believe it. No, it will not work anyway. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, bishop d4. This is the position on the board. 85th, bishop d4. Yeah, it means that white cannot really improve. Okay, so what to do there? Rook d5, rook f3, what to do? Okay, let's say rook f3. Just make a move, don't ask me what the idea is. Bishop b6, king d3.
Bishop c5.
Bishop c5. King c4. So you have enough squares on the diagonal. It means I can't put you in the Zugzwang.
No.
So, and I mean, this is the critical moment because in this, even in this position, for example, if like hypothetically we just gave up a tempo, you always have bishop e3. So that's a very important point.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, at least white has some chances. So let's say king d5. What do we have? Bishop e3. Bishop e3 and then nothing. And then maybe come back to e2, offer a draw and go for the dinner. Probably my advice wouldn't be a mistake there.
No, it seems like we are running out of ideas.
Yeah, we're running out of ideas and...
It seems like the young player missed her opportunity somewhere earlier.
Yeah, I mean, just let's try to...
Oh, there were some critical moments here. Rook c1 first one. Then this position, right? Yeah. Is exactly.
What was the easiest way? I think the easiest way was somewhere before. Okay, rook b1 is fine, rook d4, bishop takes, queen takes, rook king h1, bishop c5, queen takes, g4. So this was the first critical moment.
No, g4 is not forced, so I'm not sure that white can win if black just waits. But after g4,
could you have tried not taking on g4, by the way? Or is it just pointless? Anyway, f takes g4 is fine, h takes g4, queen c8 there. I think you've suggested rook c1 there, right? Maybe that was a clear path.
Yeah.
Let's say if bishop b6 once again.
H takes g4, yeah, that was my...
H takes g4. And what's on there? Queen f2. Yeah, we always have a check on c3, and then we protect this h4 check with queen h3.
Here we have an equal material, so it should be easier.
A better version, yeah. Okay, let's say bishop d4, queen h3.
Maybe queen f3 first.
Or queen f3, forcing black to make a check.
Then queen h3.
Okay, yeah, just a second. Queen c3, bishop d4, queen f3, let's say check, queen h3. Okay, we can play queen g3 with the same ideas.
Yeah.
And you know what? Not that easy. Okay, queen h5 should be winning.
Queen h5, yes, some...
Okay, let's calculate some short line. f3. At least we have a check on g5. It means that if, for example, king retreats on the 8th rank, it would be mate. After queen h6, rook c8. If king h7, we can make another check, take on f3, and then return to the same position, but eliminating the f-pawn.
Alexander Grechko claims for
threefold
position, and she seems to be right. But anyway,
okay, we can be the arbiters. Let's say it was move.
I think it's just last 3 moves.
Bishop e3.
They were just repeating.
Yeah, they're just repeating. That's true. Not being an arbiter, I would.
Okay.
I would approve the claim.
Game played by.
Yeah, so this inaccuracy in the middle game cost Garifulina half of the point. So it means how Gareshkina is strong. Just a very good, solid. I mean, in terms of okay, hypothetically, men's superfinal is stronger than women's superfinal, and we claim that the level of games of men's superfinal is a bit higher than the level of games of women's superfinal. But this game was a high quality game, and both players deserve the credit.
Right.
Even Alexandra, despite making a draw, but she
just defending quite well in the
in a very unpleasant position. That's what she's well known for it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's maybe this is her main quality. She is very solid in general, and even getting in the worst position, she managed.
She never resigns to
it.
Trying to find all of the practical chances, even in the very tough positions. So, what is the decision? What is the arbiter decision? Yeah, so that's a draw. So this is the last result of today's games. Round 3 is over. We've got 2 sole leaders. Sergei Karyakin is the sole leader of the men's section, beating Nikita Vityugov in a very interesting clash. So you can see the cross table and 3 players having 2 out of 3. It is Maxim Chigayev, Vladimir Fedoseev, and
2 out of 3, yeah?
Yeah, and
Yan
Nepomniachtchi, of course. And in the women's section, we've got Polina Shuvalova, 3 out of 3. Excellent result.
followed by maybe some players on +2. Yeah, it's 2 out of. I don't think
Galyamova
that
is
somebody,
+1. I can't really remember who's +2 by the way.
Maybe nobody. Maybe nobody.
Garifulina is +1, Garechkina is +1, Galyamova is +1.
Yeah, that's it. So many players with +1: Garechkina, Guseva, Galyamova, Garifulina, Pagonina, and that's basically it.
So talking about today's games, we've got. So I can't say that in the men's section we've got a very peaceful games because even this. So the only game that was decisive was the Berlin end game in Vitugov against Karakin.
That's paradoxal.
Yeah, that's paradoxal, but okay, very interesting game between Fedosiev and Svidler and Grunfeld with this knight g5 sacrifice ideas. Nepomniachtchi Artemiev, it was over the ancient patterns of chess because White had a couple of knights against a pair of bishops, and we claimed that Black is better, but somehow Nepomniachtchi haven't felt himself being under the pressure and easily made a draw. And Yesipenko against Chigaev. It was
another exciting game.
Another exciting game. Rui Lopez, Dubov, Matlakov. Interesting game. Not that well, it was interesting, but not that full of life because I think the evaluation didn't shake during the whole game. It was more or less stable. Goganov against Antipov also. Quite an interesting game. Antipov finding this bishop h4, rook g6 resource. A lot of entertainment in the women's superfinal, and we expect much more interesting things to come in upcoming rounds. Stay tuned. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. Moscow time, Russian superfinal round 4. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Уже свыше 40 тысяч жизней унес коронавирус с тех пор, как все началось.
COVID-19 уже в 80 российских. Медики предупреждают, в зоне риска заражения в основном находятся пожилые люди. Им рекомендовано не выходить из дома без острой необходимости.
Мы стали выявлять невидимых людей. Это те, которые живут в своих квартирах, не выходят из дома вообще в силу своей немощности.
Люди были напуганы, была паника и была растерянность. Мы предложили организовать колл-центр по приему обращений пожилых граждан.
Разместила телефоны горячей линии, памятки, как вести себя, к кому обращаться.
Мы доставляли продуктовые наборы, вещи первой необходимости, перчатки, маски.
И у нас не только психологическая служба, у нас еще юридическая служба, социальная служба для тех людей, которые оказались в ужасающих условиях.
Перед тем, как выехать, позвоните, пожалуйста, участнику. Бабушки все предупреждены, но они ждут вашего звонка.
Здравствуйте. Куда можно поставить?
Вам берегите здоровье.
Мы не можем.
Мы не заразные.
Что-то надо будет?
Ой, девчонки.
Мурашки по телу.
В эту камеру вы будете разговаривать со своим сыном.
Сыном? Я чувствую, что я не совсем брошенный человек, что кому-то еще я не совсем безразлична, а это много значит.
Они так о нас заботятся. Дай Бог здоровья. Всем дай Бог здоровья.
Единственное, что бы я хотела сейчас, это просто вас обнять и расцеловать.
Коалиция – это про то, как много могут сделать люди, когда просто объединяются.
Я чувствую, что от каждого из нас многое зависит. Мы вместе огромная сила.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.
Солидарность – это норма.